What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? How are we going today? What's going on, Zero? Good to see you, man. It feels like it's been a while. It's been one heck of a week. But, hey, we're here, living. And... one second, I'm trying to get the Stream World thing going. I don't know why it's being weird now, though. Why are you being weird? What's the problem here? What seems to be the problem, officer? Why are you being weird here? What's wrong with this file? Materials. Oh, because I switched to... okay. 1 second. 1 second before we even get... before we get the stream started, we have to actually... we actually have to do some debugging first so I can properly start the stream. So, 1 second. 1 second. Let's just... we're on the material we work, yeah. Yeah, okay, now we're good. Are we good on this? If I recompile, is it gonna work now? Yo, another reason for me to not sleep. Let's go, Loki. I mean, I'm not sure that's a good, but hey, man. Welcome to the stream at the least, man. Hopefully, you're doing some fun stuff in tandem to the stream and not blocking your stream. Okay, now we can actually properly start. Hello, guys. It's your pal, Cozy. And we're back for another stream of some kind of deving. It's been a week. It's been, haven't been able to stream as much, but, you know, just because of work reasons, but hey, it's okay. It's Friday. I'm done. And I can finally do some game deving, some fun coding, recreational coding. And, yeah, it's good. Things are looking up. I got my guitar back from the shop. The guitars are back from the shop, so I'm very happy about that. The switch was broken, so now I can actually go between the different, the pickups, and it actually works consistently. It's pretty great. But yeah, so let's take I think before we even talk about things to do, I think it's worth just taking inventory of what we've gotten done and going from there. Anuska mentioned. Hey, Anuska mentioned. Also, it's good to see you, Draco. It's been a while, man. Same week for me. Felt really busy and took forever, then ended suddenly. I happily clocked out despite an annoying bug, but I'll be back with a fresh mind. Yeah, that's my mindset. I couldn't conquer... You guys ever have this thing where... I don't know if it's you, but it happens to me where, like, if I... How should I say this? So, like, my work, I'm a salaried employee. I don't work hourly, right? So, it's less about the time that you're doing and rather, like, the things you're getting done. And for me, when I don't get the things I want to get done during that time, it feels like I'm not meeting the obligations regardless of time spent, right? And when that happens, I don't really feel good doing any recreational, like, stuff like coding or working on my games, because, like, it doesn't feel right that I've underperformed in my daily work, right? That's what bothers me, right? So I can't... It's very hard to allow myself to do that until I get things squared up there. So, it's not a very frequent thing. It's a very rare thing, honestly, but it's been one of those weeks. So, we're going to wait until Monday. Fresh brain. I'm going to put my brain to work on something that's not any of that. And, we'll just worry about that stuff in the future and have some fun coding. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do some good old-fashioned fun coding. And I think before we even get into it, let's talk about where we left off last time on working on this game. Let me even open up the code base real quick. Last stream, we implemented the entire audio system. I'm sorry, what? Right, wait, what? Startup failed? You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. My own ID. Okay, we're good. Second time around. Sup, bro? And what games are you working on? I'm gonna show you right now, Harsh. Let's go, Raphael. I sometimes get that. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one who. I mean, I'm not glad I'm not the only one that goes to that low-key, but at least you understand. At least you understand. Anyways, last stream we implemented a new audio system, and I'm actually quite happy with it because it's kind of, honestly, it feels better than the one I implemented for Messy Mansion, so I might replace that class with this. So we did this bad boy, and it's working so far how we like. We need to do more stuff with it, but so far it seems good. And if we go in game, you're gonna hear the audio fade in and the sound effects blaring. Oh my goodness, that seems loud. Seems a little loud. Was it loud? I'm not sure. Maybe I need to go into Pabu control so it's not as loud for... Maybe we don't. Maybe we just... Oh, you know what we can do? You know what we can do? We have the power. I can modify the master volume. Yeah, we set it to 1. Let's set it to like 0.75. And you know what? We're setting the sound effects. No, this is the music. Let's set it to like 0.6. And the SFX, let's set it to be a little bit lower, like, actually no, let's leave that one as is. Let's modify the actual sound effects of the volume of the sound effects individually to like 2.5 or something. Okay, we're gonna let it recompile, then we're gonna actually demo the changes we have here. Yeah, we're getting through it, Karen. We're working through it. Thank you, Am. I was actually using the Ergodox today, but I had to switch to this one to be able to do, like, I forgot what it was, Control-Shift F1 to access the terminal on Linux. And I can't do that on my split keyboard because I haven't configured it properly. All right, let's run the game and then see where we're at right now. So yeah, the game is in we got the audio working now. So now the effects are actually working properly. And we have the little change in volume for or pitch for the engine. And the little obstacle course is actually working a little bit better than it usually does. So I'm actually very, last time I was very happy with it, and honestly seeing it again, I'm actually quite happy with it. So yeah, I mean, this is pretty good so far, man. So yeah, that's where we're at right now with the game as is. So let's talk about what's next. What's on our agenda for today? I think I already have a terminal open, actually. Do I have another one? You have another one here too. So what's our to-do for today? Actually, no. There we go. So, priorities for today. So what can we do? What can we do? So we have this whole audio thing. It'd be nice to have a menu to adjust it. So one thing that comes to mind is integrating the pausing to the game. It shouldn't be that crazy. Hopefully, we'll find out. But a sub part of that is adding our time dilation hook-ins to all the elements of the game. That's one thing. Other things that are not really tied to this would be like some polish. So this can be things like making the the jet particle system or particle effects. So you actually see like a trail behind the character. I think that would be very cool to have. Jet particles. We can have our whatchamacallit. We can have actually visually display custom engines. Because you can swap out the hull for the character, but it'd be nice to actually see the individual components. So like, not only engine, but let's even describe this as vehicle display. Oh my goodness, I can't type right now. Vehicle display, and that'll be like the engine and the brakes, which are currently required to be shown visually. We might have a thing to have like custom particle effects too. That'd be pretty cool, but we'll see about that. There's UI we have to do as well. One would be the pause UI, but there's also in-game HUD UI as well. Using the sliders for Unity was fine for debugging purposes, but I kind of want to have an actual proper UI. I think I might need to do some might need to do some iteration or concept art there. So maybe that's a bottleneck before actually implementing it. We'll see. As far as world visuals though, or environment, there is the whole I want to add emissives to our like sphere cylinder space shader. That's the thing I want to do. Kind of tied to the environment, but not really. It's more like mechanics, but we need to implement the other pickups as well. Also, we had to test to see if our shell thing is working, because it doesn't feel like it's working. So chunk fix chunk manager. Okay, so these are the things I can think off the top of my head that we can work on today. I'm gonna have to read out and catch up in chat, and then we'll decide what to go from there. We were just wondering if you're available tomorrow for a CC meeting. So far, all of us are free. Yeah, I can make some time for tomorrow. I'm probably not gonna be. I need to do some stuff on. I need to start putting some time on it. But yeah, if it's yeah, I can meet up though with you guys. Yeah, I also need to do the mod. I'm still waiting on you for like the finalized mod list too. So whenever that's ready, just let me know and I'll add it. Cheat codes? No, that's called Vim. What's going on, Master? What's going on, Adam D's? Showing the good stuff? Let's go. Yeah, no slop, guys. Definitely not slop. It's kind of cool that YouTube announced that they like deleted a bunch of like 16 channels and hundreds of slop videos, which is pretty sick. Anyways, so yeah, we have quite a few things to do. I think the easiest low-hanging fruit would be adding the emissive to our little tri-planar thing and modify that shader a little bit. Cause I don't know, I just need some more stuff. Oh, we can also add some as part of the polish too. We can add SFX for I don't know, fence. So like if you like maybe do a sudden move up or down or something, like we can have some special sound effects for that as well. Yeah. And I mentioned pickups, and sub part of that would be like the coins. That'll be like the simplest pickup we can possibly make here. I think one is worth making. And if we're gonna do that, we also have to modify the level generation thing, which I shall see. I almost feel like making it a compute buffer, but because it feels like a compute buffer would be way better at doing this, or more efficient at doing this, but also like mobile, right? That people had with them doing that is that there are genuine YouTubers who use AI voices. Yeah, that is a thing. Which was not as sick, but that's besides the point. If that's okay, it's for a general rundown of your game. It's just a mobile, like, let me find it. It's just a simple, like, endless runner type game where you're flying around this cylinder. And you're just kind of avoiding obstacles, and I mean, it's nothing crazy. It's a remake of an old game I did 5 years ago, and I just wanted to see how it would look like if I were to try doing something similar, but with more knowledge I have now, technical knowledge. But yeah, that's like the idea, at least. And there's quite a lot. It's kind of deceptive how much is going on into it, because we have like this screen space, like not screen space, but there's like this buffer. This whole like multi-layered thing where we have what script are you? I forgot. It's been a minute. It's like been like 4 days. There's chunk presets, no. What was it? Board? No, game board manager, there we go. So we have this whole thing where we have a big array, and any position on this cylinder actually maps to an index within that array. And we can calculate which objects are visible on screen, and then which objects are not visible on screen, and then return some to a pool and pull them out of a pool so you can display it, so that we don't have to have that many instances of a character, because for the radius we're working with, it'd be way too many objects to have just in memory. So it's kind of cool, but it's also a bit buggy right now. It's been surprisingly not as buggy on stream, but in my testing, I'm seeing some weird scenarios pop up where culling objects and then updating the model is not quite working the way I would have intended it to. But yeah, no. We shall crack those eggs when you cross that bridge, right? Yeah, and this is working. Min x, max x, min y, max y. Yeah, these are all the same parameters. So I'm gonna have to look at that. I honestly almost feel like I have to write unit tests to really cover this stuff and test edge cases specifically. That may very well be just what has to happen for me to suss out all the weird scenarios that might be causing it, or find out the scenario and then like reproduce it in the unit test so it's easy to test and validate it. I don't know, because the things that are happening here are non-trivial, and it might be nice having a simple, direct way of verifying that things are working the way I intended them to. So yeah, and there might be some assumptions that's broken now, like, since I swapped the order of things. Is out of range. But yeah, that's gonna be something I have to look at. Hey, what's going on, Lucas? Good to see you, man. What's going on? What's going on, Arrow? I'm glad you dig the setup, Cavid. I'm using, this is the keyboard I'm using, if you're curious. I have two keyboards I switch between on stream. Or actually, I think it's a single. There we go. This is a Model M, and then the other one I use is an Ergodox. So, we have this. I think what I really want to do is mess around with the shaders for the triplanar stuff. I think to test this though, to test what I want to test with this, I may want to make another texture that really showcases this, and then make an emissive map so we can properly use it. I think as far as implementing though, it'll be very simple because it's going to be just a matter of yoinking this texture. Emissive. I keep forgetting how to spell emissive. We'll find out now. I think it's single M. Whatever. And then we just go to the uniforms and okay, we have that, and then I think it's gonna be as simple as just sampling the emissive. Okay, at some point we're gonna do like in the fragment shader, yeah, we have the color we sample. Effect. This. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to look it up at some point. Maybe it's eye as well. I don't know. We'll deal with that when we deal with it. And then it's gonna ignore lighting as well. Do you want it to ignore fog? I think I do. Oh, I don't know. We have the lit color. We have to that's some decisions to make. I think I may actually want it to ignore fog, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. And then we have the emissive, or E underscore color. And I just love ignoring my naming conventions that I've set up for myself. And then we're going to use E color dot A alpha to determine if we're going to be using the emissive or not. And then cup pause, because of course. All right, so if there's an alpha value of 1, we're going to use the emissive. Otherwise, it's 0, we're going to use this. I think that's simple enough. The only question is handling the default case, but we'll deal with that later. Okay, so we have that example. Let's, in fact, we're not even gonna do something fancy. I think I'm just gonna make a simple. In fact, actually, do I not have a dither texture somewhere in the application? Yeah, we do. It's part of my little dev kit. Yeah, Reese. Oh my goodness, so much foresight. That's not helpful because it's like a wire. It's a transparent or black image, I think. So I don't think that'll be appropriate to test the emissive thing with. Like, let's see. What do you have for me? No, you're either white or transparent. Okay, that's acceptable. We can test with this. So let's go back to the levels. We're gonna just modify one of the base texture materials with this, and then see how this looks on startup, and that'd be an easy thing knocked off our to-do list. I believe it's what, level 1? Yeah, chunk 1, and then we have this material here. Yeah, okay, cool. You are gonna have this emissive. You're gonna have this dither value. And we're just gonna see how this works out for us. Let me catch up real quick. I sadly do not speak Russian, Alexei. I'm gonna turn off the audio too. Okay. So, things have not gone right. So the underlying stuff is great, but the default case is not working as I would desire it to. We're just in white land right now, so that's not ideal. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. I think I'll just do like a Boolean flag then. And that would have to be on to indicate that, yes, we want to use... Or could we just do like a... Oh, this has a default to... No. Could I do this? Is that going to be 0 for all values, though, including alpha? I don't know. What's going on, Key9 or K9? What's going on, news update? How you guys doing? And okay, that actually solves our problem. So we have emissive overwriting stuff down there, but anything that doesn't have an emissive map just doesn't have it, so it just works great. Perfect. That's actually super simple. That's exactly what how I want it to how I would want it to work. So there's no need to even have a Boolean. It's just, hey, if there's no texture there, we're just not gonna use it, and life is good. Okay, and perfect. Just works like a charm. Works like a charm. Works like a charm. Okay, sweet. So we have that working, and then it's just a matter of making assets. We can do that. Maybe on stream, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see where we go from there. Yeah, Aseprite's beautiful, dude. I love Aseprite, Mikey. So lowly and horizontal. I know, Lucas. I'm sorry, brother. That's just the life of a horizontal viewer. But hey, man. You're like a Chad Arctic explorer, enjoying the form factor of your choice. I like how the background looks like a lot of golden people. Golden people? At the moment, yeah, we need to change that at some point. I'll do that eventually. Oh well. Cozy open today. What program? Just working on Unity right now, and Rider and Aseprite. That's the only ones I really use right now. C-Line when I'm doing the engine project. I really want to do the engine. God, I really want to go back to work on the engine project. You have no... I want to do like this RPG. This is small... Okay, this is not great from a guy saying he was going to make a game in 3 weeks and then made it a month instead. But just to hear me out, like, it would be fun to make a simple RPG in a week. In my engine, where it's just like nothing crazy. It's just like a simple, here's one goal, that's it. It's one level. There's a few things you could do to change different stats, but at the end of the day, it's just like one boss battle. Like, that's it. That's the whole game. That's the whole game. In and out. What could happen, guys? What could happen? What could happen? Just go in, make a simple RPG, get out. What could go wrong? That's never gone wrong for us before. Okay, so we have that. If we go to our to-do, yay, this is done. The next simple thing would be like the vehicle display and the particle stuff. This requires assets I don't have currently to display, so there's like not really a point in implementing it because I can't test it properly. Jet particle effects, that's just tedious, but we can do that. SFX for the player events, that's less tedious and more just I have to make design decisions about when we use these other effects. Because unlike the original game, movement isn't a discrete thing. It's something that's continuous and occupies a whole slew of value ranges. So it's not as easy as you'd expect it, or at least not. There's no discrete place where I can do this. I should move this into its own utility function. I've used this enough times where it's helpful to have this. What are we gonna do? We're gonna go to math, utilities. I have you open here. Yeah, and we're gonna go to player. We're gonna yoink this. We're gonna go to math utilities again, because this is a general thing I've used before. Get angle from position. We should probably document what this actually means. In fact, do we ever use the Z component for anything? Like, would the world be a worse place if I were to, okay. Given a position of Y and Z, given a position of, because we're using Y and Z to calculate this value, this calculates the angle theta around what, 0 Y Z. I mean, it doesn't really, it technically does. I can't just do X because like that would change. I mean, it wouldn't really change. I don't know. Around in degrees. This is not correct. I'm gonna have to word it in a better way, but this roughly is what's going on here. Cool, and then we can go to player, get rid of this function, and then use the math utility purpose. Use the math utilities one, because that way I can have access to this in other games I work on. I keep wondering, like, maybe I just don't do this. Maybe this is the last game I do in Unity, and we just jump ship entirely to my engine project. I keep thinking about it, I'm like, how much work would it take to re-implement Crimson Crown in C? Like, would it really be a bad time? More work, but better quality of life. Like, is that... I'm probably oversimplifying a lot, but I don't know. I kind of enjoy it. Yeah, there's a compile error over here. So we're not using player anymore, we're using math utilities. Well, that's another thing we need to do. I need to separate out the input handling. Yeah, that's a thing that needs to happen at some point, because that's just wrong. And I want the player to be... The player feels like it has not way too much, but there's a significant amount of responsibility that I don't think is warranted to it. Actually, it's only really two things. Maybe three things that could be separated out. Oh, but I guess it's unified to two things. I don't know, it depends on how you want to architect it, but right now the players, the way it should ideally be is that you get some kind of input from devices at some level, and then like you can have some kind of controller class that's going to emit commands, and then you have the player that receives commands from that controller, so that like this doesn't have to necessarily puppeteer one type of player. You can have different types of classes that can be controlled by it, or have other things that hook into this. But currently all of this is kind of, some of it's separated out of here through the Unity input system, but then like the on-screen input is actually being handled by this directly through a hook into some stuff. So it's not ideal. I'd like it to be separated like this. Right now it's like almost one thing, except for default hookins to Unity's new input system. So maybe that's something we can do right now. No, I'm not doing any ray tracing, Jay Looney. The engine stuff is not necessarily to do anything really groundbreaking or revolutionary. It's just for me to have a workflow that's very molded to my hand. And also just make a game that's very lean and mean. I'm using the old, so technically I'm using both, but right now I'm mostly using the new input system. So like if you look at the code for it, and honestly like it wouldn't be that hard to separate it out, but it's fine where we're doing stuff here. A lot of observable stuff. Yeah, that's the engine audio. That's the audio system at work, which I'm actually very happy with. Observables. Yeah, I think there's an update. I don't think we're doing it. We're not doing any subscriptions to events. Yeah, here we are. We're just doing direct reading through Unity's new input system. So yeah, we do the calculation here. No, that's for on received damage. No. Here we go. So yeah, we get like mobile input, get key input, and this function for getting key input is literally just reading a value. It's just a wrapper for that. I'm not sure why. I think I just made it. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, all this is to produce a final vector tree that represents the input from the player, and then that input's used to control the machine, and then finally update the sprite state. So, do I just make a new component? Is that what we're gonna do? What's going on, humanity? 11:32 a.m. right now? Oh wow. I mean, it's 12 a.m. for me, but I don't think it's in the same way. What's going on? Danny mentioned. What's going on with Danny? It's a note like I'm judging. I'm genuinely surprised. Was you surprised, Valley? There's not really a story. It's just a game. It's a pretty simple game, in all honesty. It's just a little fun remake of a game I did a long time ago. What's it like? Some positive energy as well, and respect anyone with the create real time. Thank you, how to spell Mark. I appreciate it, man. May you enjoy your live as well, and hopefully everything goes well for you with you on your live, guys. On your live, how to spell Mark. Yeah, make it a full game. Oh, one other thing to add to the list here is have under the category of polish, the speed line. One thing I'm thinking though is that you know what? Please tell me this is gonna work across. Please tell me this is gonna work. Oh, I can't just do that. Yoink. Yeah, no, it just takes one thing. I have to actually physically copy. And then, nope, not that. Shift. What? There we go. So I can actually write this, because if I tried, I didn't open up an empty buffer, so it wouldn't write to anything, which is the problem. But now we actually did write to something, and I actually can keep this list open, because losing that would have been kind of bad, actually. Because it's actually surprisingly becoming kind of helpful. So, the pausing stuff. Yeah, that's a thing that's kind of important. So we have to have a way. So I have this interface, eye dilation, eye time dilation receiver. But I think I have a simpler eye pausable interface as well. And this is going to dictate pausing and unpausing behavior. So if the game, for some reason, something raises like, hey, we're pausing right now, this should behave a certain way. And if we're unpausing, it should resume what it was doing. So it's a very simple thing I'd probably end up doing, is just having a thing for a Boolean. And then have things defer and update. I think the nice thing is that since I'm not using, I don't believe I'm using rigid body for position, or for any physics-based update, because we're doing all the calculation here in our physics update. So literally by sidestepping update, we kind of just don't do anything. The only thing is that actually no, because then the input from last frame, like as far as momentum's concerned, we're not going to overwrite any values. So literally by doing is pause and then returning should actually just it should allow it to work fine. We don't have to cache the state of the transform or velocity or any of that stuff. It's just going to be the same way it was left last time, because instead of using Unity's rigid body, we're calculating everything on our own. Beautiful. Okay, so I think it should be that simple, actually. So it's just, is paused true? No, not tuple extensions, true. And then resume, set is paused to false. And then we just have to have some kind of mechanism for handling that, but that's not crazy, like that's simple. I can add a thing right now just to test it. Do we have the pausable thing? We can just get it. No, next one. Yeah, here we go. So if game, actually no, let's do this in a more uniform global fashion that's easy to test. We can go to the application, and then after we do stuff on awake, we're gonna do, what are we gonna do? Observable on every update, subscribe, add to this. I mean, we're making this more complicated than we have to, but whatever. And since we're using both old and new input system, I can do something very simple like, hey, input, unless I actually did do the responsible thing and nope, get key down. Key code P. So it's gonna be a global just pause button, and I think we have to get, do we have it saved anywhere? pause module. And then, yeah, request a pause event. So that's what we're gonna do. Actually, this has to defer based off of, we should probably just cache this because it's gonna be used somewhere else. Do we do that anywhere? Do we cache it here? Maybe we just cache it instead of doing this whole hoopla. And then we do this cool thing called I believe it's called a null coalescing operator. And then do pause this. And then if pause is pause, then we're gonna request, actually we're gonna leave this here. No, request resume, otherwise we're gonna do a request pause. So the game is pause, we're gonna resume, and if it's not, we're gonna request to do this when we press P. Perfect. Simples. And then the last thing we need to do is register the player as a pausable so it can actually get invocations from that happening. Which means on start, we're gonna do like a, oh, we have to do this anyways. Whatever. In fact, if this is gonna be something that everything has to access anyways, I almost feel inclined to make this be a publicly accessible thing. Make it, phrase it like so, but make it be like a private, public get private set. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I know how this works. I don't need to handhold this. This is more so if somebody else were to look at the code base, and I don't want them to make mistakes, but that's, who cares? It's fine. Register a pausable, and it's this guy. Cool. And I believe we can just go to the game and hopefully it just kind of works if I didn't get things backwards. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. My bad. You can get a hooded horn. It's not that cheap, or it's not that expensive of a thing to get. It's been days since I wanted to touch my PC. Please, what do I do to learn? You just gotta do it, man. You just gotta go to the Google, or I use Kagi nowadays. It's like actual good Google. Company or just a name? It's a company. I tried searching for it. Another similar one showed up. There's another one called Cozy Cabin Studios, but no, we're a company. Or I'm not incorporated. I'm a company though. The paperwork's done. I don't have to do some stuff with it. Like A-Smart, I'm glad, P-Show. Don't mind horizontal. No, I will. What are you guys doing in horizontal? Alpine is cool and lightweight. Never tried it. I only tried Mint and Ubuntu and some catchy OS, and then I'd like to do Arch at some point, but at the same time, my setups are working, so I'd rather not just break it. Kagi, what was it? I had my earbuds on for, oh, it's Kagi. Let me show you. Do I have I don't have a browser open, do I? Alright, we're gonna go to this guy here. It's a search engine I use. It's very helpful. And it's like, they make a point to filter out AI slop content. Users get to rate their searches, so things of, and it's like it's a paid service, but it's free for people to use up to like 100 searches per month. But it's actually pretty cool. It's actually very, very good. So if I'm searching up stuff like, I don't know, OpenGL, C++, create trans rotation matrix, like you actually get some decent stuff first. I know for like, so here's a perfect example, right? If I go to google.com and I search up, what was it? It's not Tweak. It was adjust.h. It's a C++ library that was like, it trended for a little bit because of a YouTube video. If I try searching for on Google, like now the video actually comes up, but before, like the repository wouldn't come up at all. And in fact, it's still, oh, now is it actually doing it now? Is this the correct thing? No, it's not it. Okay, let's see if the other, if this one, GitHub. Nope, that's not it. So the GitHub page for the actual repository for adjust.h doesn't. This is a recent development. That's nice. The video actually comes up at least, and then you can go to the video description and then get the file. But if you go here and just type in adjust.h, like, you look at that right here. The first repository, the first repo, bam, right there. It's crazy. It's like how Google used to be useful, man. So they have a free tier, but I think it's worth paying for it. It's like pretty cheap too. It's like $5 for like a bunch. And it's a quality thing. Like you can go onto a website, click this button, and it shows you a bunch of additional information. Like, hey, this domain was registered in this date, and this is how fast it is, and then it's owned by this person or this company or whatever. And then you can like rank it. So if there's a search result you don't like or you don't think it's actually helpful, you can just downvote or upvote it. And I think they even have like a global ranking for the most uprated and most downrated sites. So it's like an actually good product for searching, man. Oh man. Yeah, Google's so bad. But hey, we got Kagi now. We got Kagi. So we don't have to, we're not stuck. We're not trapped here, guys. There's an escape. Anyways. But yeah. Yeah, no, that's DuckDuckGo, exactly. See, this one is actually a paid one. Like, they have a free tier, and it caps out at like 100 searches per month. But like, the thing about a paid thing, it's like, okay, there's no tricks about it. It's a cost. Which means they're incentivized to make a good product, especially if they're like breaking into a mature market, which is like, I guess technically the Google, the search engine market. Then they actually have to make something that's good and doesn't you know, take advantage of users and, you know, embed all this tracking into it. It's great. You can even read about like their like policy on AI and whatnot. It's so weird to find something that's actually trying to be good and ethical. I think I heard that they even do a thing where like, if you pay for it and you don't use the searches for that month, or if you don't use it at all that month, they don't even charge you for it. And if you use it but you don't use the total allotted searches you had, it rolls over to the next month, I think. Something like that. That I'm not sure. You have to verify, but that's what I heard, and that's pretty cool. That a company actually is like trying not to squeeze you or exploit you at every turn. I know Netflix doesn't do that. In fact, they don't even want you sharing your passwords. Okay, what do we got going on here? So we did the thing. What's on the list? Oh yeah, we're gonna test out to see if this actually works. That's what we're testing out. All right, and we're gonna press P. Yeah, nothing happened. Nothing happened. Okay, so we're getting a null reference. What can this null reference potentially potentially be. It's a failed assert from player. Interesting. It's happening from what line? 166, and it's happening right here. Register pausable, and there's a. It's saying an assertion. No, it's a null reference. Oh. Do we never assign this? I think we only assign it once we call P, don't we? No, we call on every update. So that's a little strange. But whatever. That's okay. We can just do this here. Get mod. Do we even wait. Yeah, we add a new pause module. Let's cut out the middleman. Why do you want to do this whole rigmarole when we can just make a new instance on class construction, and then in our builder class we can just be like, hey dog, use the current instance we have right here, and life is cool. Like that's not bad. It's actually kind of sick. I kind of dig that actually. And then see if that changes anything, and then I'm pretty. I'm also pretty sure get key down is gonna work the way I want to, right? If input get key down. If we do get key, it's gonna check every single frame. We don't want that. We only want to have it happen once when you press the key physically down. And then we do everything there. Okay, cool. Okay. Hopefully we're happy. My first CSS I'm assuming array? Hey man, let's go, Hyman. Hi, him, Anshu, Mina. I'm sorry, that the way I read it sounded funny the first time. It's funny because apparently they made a post about how sharing passwords was love or something like that on Valentine's Day. That's goofy. That's goofy. Well, I'm glad you dig it, Jam. GLTF files. Oh, that's sick, K8. That's sick, K8. Okay, nothing's happening. And this time there's no... Okay, there's a... That's something different, though. I never really looked at GLTF files. I know they're like it's becoming more adopted. Like, I know Unity was adding support for it a long time ago, and it's supposed to be a little bit a more robust 3D file format. But I never looked too much into it. Let's see here, though. Either my logic is wrong, if pause true, is pause false. Okay, it makes sense to me so far. The main driver of logic here is update, and if is pause is true, we early return. That seems reasonable to me. Yeah, there's like there's no positional offset happening. Outside of that, so either this is not getting registered, or we're doing things just wrong at some point, or there's another step that I just completely forgot to do. Oh, I never registered it. Why did this compile? If that wasn't... Why didn't it show up as an accept... Wait, what is... I'm confused. Was it not there the first time? Alright, we're gonna find out now. To add it to my engine then THX. What's THX? Okay. What is going on here? Also, this is... What is odd? What is null here? Audio bindings. From player. Awesome on destroy. Oh, that's odd. Okay, actually, I didn't have to go back into code. We can just go into debug mode and actually inspect values to see if this is being triggered correctly. Either that bool flag isn't being tripped, or it is being tripped and there's something else going on in my logic that's just defeating it. Play unfocused. Okay, and we're gonna go back to the player. And there's the player script. We're gonna go into debug mode. We have the is pause flag there. Oh my goodness. Okay, no, we're fine. I keep Control P stops Unity from playing. It exits play mode. I have to just press P. Okay, and that seems to be the culprit. I'm pressing P. Nothing is happening. Which means it's not the logic in the player, it's class, but rather we're not triggering this request. So it's either something wrong with the way the pausing service or pausing module is implemented, or something to do with the way I'm kind of setting up this behavior in the first place. The first point we can try to test out to verify that is moving this to just update an update function in the class. It's not the end of the world to do that. I'm just curious why that would not be the case. I mean, this is using UniRX observables, which means it should be called on every update. There's the logic we're subscribing. We're doing input get key down for key code P. Nothing crazy there. Yeah, so far that makes sense. But let's, why not? Let's just keep crossing off variables until we get to the culprit, right? If it's not there, then it's something with the actual, it's something with the actual function, or with the actual module, and how it's hooked up. Okay. Let's try this again. I'll say CSS and art. Oh, gotcha. Now this will make simple command line program. Let's go, dude. I'm happy for you, man. I'm happy for you, dude. Let's freaking go, dude. I'm glad to hear that, man. Okay, so me pressing P is having no effect. I wonder if it's mad I'm using the old input system. Let's also cross something else off. Let's actually test to make sure that, let me actually go modify the new input system and add like a global P key to it. Just, do things the way they want us to do things. Resources. Actually, no, not resources. It would be level up. It would be, I think, just keep it in root because I live like that. And then move this bad boy down. Nope. Nope. You're not doing this to me. I know my word. There we go. I had the wrong key order. Okay, pointer press, pointer stuff. Yep. We're gonna have a little pause button. Add a new binding. We're gonna listen for the letter P. No, the letter P explicitly, and add another binding, and you're gonna be escape. No, listen for the escape. Oh my goodness. Of course. Thank you. Okay, and we're gonna save the asset and let it generate the class. Need to set up a pause instance? No, because the pause instance is part of the class. It's part of a field initializer in the class constructor. Or it's initializing the field on construction. FBX. Oh, got you. Okay, I was like, is there another file format I didn't know of? What's going on, Smart Life Ideas? Thank you, Hooded Horn. Nobody needs DevOps. DevOps is great, dude. What are you talking about? And devs, too. I was more perplexed by the second part of that sentence. DevOps. DevOps is beautiful, man. Wait, Lucas, wait, let me catch up here. Okay, I don't even know what's going on in that chat. Oh, the engine gameplay I'm building. Oh, let's see. Or do you link it in the Discord or is it in chat somewhere? Hey, I bet it's already crazy though, Kate. I bet your engine is probably nutso right now. Chat? I have to scroll up to find it then. Let me see if I can find it. Does YouTube chat actually highlight links properly, or is it going to show up like normal plain text? I'm not seeing it though. Tragic. Is it? No, it doesn't? Okay, it doesn't format it. Tragic then. I'm glad you did get Alzair, or a laser. It's even got a green mode. It's great. So I can pretend I'm in Fallout. Having the time of my life. Why is this being weird? There we go, we're good. Oddly enough, this is actually kind of like nice in the eyes, just the green only mode. It's a simple link. Yeah, I'm not sure, man. You might have to try adding me with the link. Because I know at least ads will pop up for me very easily. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was debugging. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're in the land of debugging. And this didn't make a difference. Oh, actually, no. What I was doing is adding the, yeah. Okay. The game controller. That's what we were doing. We updated the game input. We added a new binding. And now we saved the asset. It's gonna cause a rebuild. So that's good. And then now I'm gonna switch the logic from using Unity's old input system to the new one. I mean, I'm pretty sure the old one should still be fine in editor. Like on Android, sure, there's some oddities that may emerge, but like I don't think that's the issue here. Though that also means that You have to change who owns the game controller instance, because I think we just access it here. Like, if I'm not mistaken, we have game input. Yes, you exist. And oh, here on Awake, we have this instance for the singleton. We construct a new game input. That's where things are going to change. So we're going to go to the application here and be like, yo, pow, buddy. We're doing something different here. Actually, I think this is a zero parameter constructor as well, so I can just initialize it like this, and then life is just good, man. Life is just good. And I can go back to the player and be like, nah, man, you're not constructing nothing. Though we need to make sure that we do enable it. So let's go back to FNF application, and on Awake we just do a little simple old. I mean, what did I call it? It's just input, actually. So this would have been fine. This would have been permissible. And then on here, we don't have to enable it. Instead, we just say, yo, man, I want this, and I want that, and I want my input. That way we don't have to keep going through this whole class. We can just cache its reference locally here, and life is good. And then let me turn off green mode so I can actually see if there's errors, because turns out errors are green, or they're red, and green is not a red color, so I can't really see it. And now all of a sudden, naming it that was terrible. Actually kind of good, because now it forces me to actually not use any old input system stuff, and instead we have to do input.game.pause.read value. I don't know what kind of, can I read a boolean from this? Is that a thing I can do, like a true or false? Let me go to the controller and check to see if that's a permissible data type, because I don't think I assigned it. Early green consoles, they were pretty cool. I mean, I never really grew up with that. That's beyond my time. But hey, they were pretty cool. All my exposure to green consoles are from Fallout 3, which is pretty gnarly, I must admit. Why is this being weird? Why are you being weird with me? Here we go. Okay. So, pause your button. So, okay. We have to do like is performed. I think that's how that works. So it's not read value. Instead, we're gonna be checking to see its state, or do a callback. But performed. No, performed is the callback. Yeah, you have to subscribe to that. Is pressed. Is that going to do what I want it to do? I assume it would, but I don't trust it, honestly. It seems like it should, but we'll find out. And you know what? Let's even add some more confirmation to this. We're just going to do a good old-fashioned actually, we'll just do a simple print. Why not? Paused. Okay, cool. Now let's see if the error lies within that. And if it doesn't, then we're going to have to do something that's frightening and terrible, which is actually inspect the pausable code, the pause module code. Called Fight and Flight, and it goes so hard. Really? I should probably check that out. It makes perfect sense, actually. And one second, we're getting null. We're getting a lot of null references. Okay, so what's going on here? Let's collapse them. Oh yay, 4. Okay. Create instance of scriptable instance, not type. Oh, I can't create that on as an initializer. Okay. Unity does not like that. Cool. So everyone is just unhappy right now by my decision to have done this. That's okay. We'll just remove this and assign it on runtime instead. That is no problem for me. Okay. Hopefully being called on awake is not going to upset you. And maybe we call re-import just to be safe. Rip, what happened, Kate? Does it not work on YouTube chat? Yeah, Discord would be best bet. Yeah, just ping. I'll check Discord in case it's been sent there, but feel free to add me. Oh my goodness, Lucas, I just saw your wall of text in general. Oh, that's hilarious. Alrighty. I3 inspired by you. Let's go, Sinful Bobcat. I'm glad, man. i3 is pretty fun. I enjoy it. Alright, let's see what we got going on here. Let's run it. And either things are great or things are bad. Things are great or things are bad. So let's inspect the player class. We're in debug mode, so I should be able to see the Boolean. If nothing's happening there, let's check the console. There's no errors. Do we have... We're not triggering unpause. That's not great. If I'm gonna be real with you, I think it's actually an issue on my end and not the actual class, because I feel like I did some unit test coverage of this back in the day when I was actually super unit test heavy, and we use this in another game, so I don't think this guy's a problem. But then it would mean that the value I have is just wrong for this, unless we have to like request resume at the very beginning. Let's see though, what's going on here. So yeah, if it's currently paused or not. We have this whole thing for registering possible objects. Cool. We have the ability to unregister possible objects. That makes sense. Disable pause. Is it disabled by default? Maybe that's what's happening, is pausing enabled. Maybe that's what's happening, is that it's disabled by default. And that's something you have to turn on as well to be able to do, what if that's the case? What if it's just that simple? And I didn't have to go through this whole input system change rigmarole. Yeah. We're gonna find out now. Because that'd explain why things aren't changing and why we're stuck trying to... And why it's not propagating outwards to the implementers of iPossible. Hey, look at that, we paused. We paused. I mean, it took a second press, but hey, like right now the character is not moving. Nice. And I think when we do this, it's reading it multiple times per frame, which is why it's... That's not an issue with the pause system, that's an issue with how I'm handling input reading. But yeah, okay, beautiful. So it just works as intended. beautiful. Oh, beautiful, joyous day. And we just have to fix how we do our pause invocations, which, you know, we should just, that's just a get good moment, right? That's just a, hey, just get good. Is in progress. Is there no way to be like, was completed this frame? That's exactly what I wanted. Was pause completed this frame? That's all I care about. Beautiful. Luis, what's going on? You need to code? I mean, like, I started coding the day I started Googling how to code. As far as getting good, it's like I'm still trying to get good, man. I'm still fighting. I'm still in the trenches, man. I'm fighting for my life. Import, yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah, 2 streams. You have 2 streams going? Yeah, 2 streams, yep. One for horizontal, one for vertical. Some people prefer vertical, and more people prefer vertical, and then there's some people who enjoy the horizontal. There's some Chad horizontal enjoyers out there. What's going on? 7 Chad horizontal enjoyers. Yeah, Lucas. Lucas Lamoa. Alright, what are we going on here? So we're gonna go back to having this be play focused. That sounds nice. Thank you, Yomi. Yeah, ChatGPT is not great. I mean, I have a general... I've been hesitant about making a short about my opinions about AI for learning purposes. But maybe I should just do it just so I can point people to, like, that. But, yeah. Just read the documentations, man. Somebody's got to just do that. Alright, let's test this out to see if pausing works the way I intended it now. Let's see if pausing works. And it's going to be relatively simple to get things opted into it. Nice. Nice. Pause. Nice. I'm so glad that we don't have to... Like, the fact that we have all of this logic, all the physics stuff done manually instead of using a rigid body, made this whole process of pausing and unpausing way more convenient and easy. No need to do state caching or anything like that. Like, we're just good. And even the sprite is, like, consistent too. Like, the state's not going to change if we're... Yeah, like, if she's going up, it's going to stay playing the animation. Maybe we can freeze animations to be extra special, but, like... That's fine. Like, this is great, dude. Another game functionality that's just done. Okay, sweet. So we have another thing done did, which is pausing. I mean, the ability to pause is, like, added. And then time dilation is another thing. That's may or may not, it's a more complex thing than just pausing. Because, like, if you see games where, like, time slows down, it's weird because you have to actually have 2 sets of time. We're like, how should I describe this? So, like, okay, maybe I'll just go to the Discord and just go up to the progress log. I know for a fact there's got to be something up there. I think it'll be faster to get it from the Discord than it would be to get it from, like, X. Because this is from a while ago. I should write a dev progress log. I've been slacking with doing that as well. But we'll just get there eventually. Announcements, dev updates. Just go all the way, bring that sucker all the way up. Yeah, is that... Okay, cool. So this is the other game I was working on, Crimson Crown. This is one I'm considering rewriting in my own engine at some point. Anyways, there's like an ability, this one, Time Stop. And this is using the same code base, the same exact class and everything. And you'll see that things in the world are moving slow, but the player is moving normal. But that may not be the case always. Maybe there might be instances where we want both the player and the characters in the world to be slowed together, right? Like if you have an impact frame or something. So we have to have this kind of time group management system so that depending on what part of the application is triggering this time slowdown, you can manage things where maybe you move everything to like a general time group, but then you have one that's always at a regular fixed time. So you can move the player from the general to the fixed time group so that everything over here slows down in the general group, but this group is always at a normal time speed. And maybe if you want to be like, if you're doing something complex, you can have another set of groups for different speeds of time. I'm not sure why you'd want to do that, but you could do that where the one's maybe at like, instead of half as fast, it's like 75% as fast. Or another time group that's operating at like 800 speed for some reason. Like, I don't know. So we have in our code, like in the dev kit, this is all the stuff that's used in that game. So we have this time dilation thing, and it's pretty easy to get hooked up into it, I think. I think the trickier part is triggering changes to it, because you have to do that group management, but I think even I did some wrapper stuff to make it easy. But there's a simple thing of just adding an I time dilation receiver class, and then these guys get implemented, and they have callbacks for changes on your group when it's started and when it's ended, as well as the current value of time dilation for that, which is a normalized value of 0 to 1, where 0 is like stopped and then 1 is regular time speed. So, okay. I think that should be pretty simple. In which case, like, all that's required for this is literally just adding a new coefficient to all of our physics update functions so that they're affected by this time amount. So like, same way we have this private bool here, we'd have a private float time coefficient, and then it's going to default to 1. And in our physics update, the final composite for, or the final transformations for translation, and rotation, we'll just add this extra factor to it. Like, I think it might be as simple as just adding this time coefficient to these factors. Here. Like wherever we use angular velocity times time coefficient, and that's everything that's required. Angular velocity times delta time times this translational, or actually keep the math here consistent. No, this is actually transforming stuff, and this is manipulating the actual transform. I believe local rotation is where things get affected. Actually, you know, maybe we just do attach this to this, which is a simple coefficient. And of course, writer's not happy because we have to. That's not the most efficient way of doing vector times floats, but that's fine. Let me set up. Thank you, Joe Mama. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing good, Joe Mama. Most proud of, after all, was built by you guys. Not it's not really like. It's like there's a bunch of oddities with that. Like, I'm not proud of what other people have done because it's not something I've worked on. That's like one component, and then there's the other component of like, hey, yeah, it's one thing to have like a neural net. It's one thing. It's a different thing to use data that people didn't give consent for to train the said data. That's like saying like, hey, dude, you engineers should be proud of Hiroshima because, you know, the people who made that were also engineers as well as scientists. And because you're a scientist, you should be proud of that, right? Like, I'm not saying the same thing. I'm not saying they're equatable. I'm just saying, like, the logic behind that is the same. The idea of attributing, like, actions of one person in your trade to you. Okay, maybe that's not the great. I think I actually don't like that analogy at all. I really don't. Because I think it's very, that's kind of bad taste, if I'm going to be honest with you. But I think the idea is there. What's a more proper analogy to use as opposed to that? Anyways. Yeah, here's my general thing on AI, guys. We're just here to make games. And just code for fun and enjoy it. Physics update. Is this where I do the coefficient, though? I'm kind of weary about this. I know I added another term. Yeah, over here. Last spray angle. Yeah, okay, no, that's actually correct. This is for the sprite representation, which is exactly where it needs to work. Check horizontal cozy. What's going on, Zero? How do you go about learning game design? Brother, I'm trying to learn game design. I think the best place to learn game design is like go to game jams, get connected to the community. I think for me, in my college, I learned a lot. So in my university, I was studying IT, but they had a separate program for game developers. And I used to go to a lot of their events, their game jams, or everything. And I used to learn a lot just by proximity from people there. And then, and I met some other people outside of this, like not even physically in person, but online, who've taught me a lot about game design. So like, I learned about game loops and using that for designing your reward structures for your games and designing economies and stuff like that, so that every part of your game feeds into the other parts of the game, and you can kind of use it as a nice way to audit whether or not your design is actually very robust or well supported, and then use that to inform different decisions. I know I did that, tried that with Crimson Crown, and I'm using it other places too. That's the most I could talk about it, because I don't feel particularly strong as a game designer. I find myself much more focused on the nuts and bolts of making the game, and it's a skill tree I need to start speccing a little bit more into, especially if I want to make games predominantly solo. And then on this start, I think this would be enough just to impact everything. Also, you might make this like an observable so you can listen to like changes on groups. I don't know though. Doing too much work in the physics update? Not really. Only thing I move over is like the sprite orientation, but that's not much work, to be honest. Ten years ago, never worked on a project for more than a week. I don't know what's wrong with my brain. It happens to people, man. I mean, I don't know. I have that in a little slightly more macro scale where I can work on a project for an extended period of time, but I end up, like I have this issue of having a graveyard of projects that have like significant work. Like even the one I showed earlier, like on here, like this game, for as mature as it was, and presentation and all this kind of stuff. It's you know, it was like 2 years of work, and I just kind of just dipped because I was like, all right, I don't feel strong with the design of the game, so we're gonna switch to something else. And then I did Messy Mansion for another year, and then I'm doing this in like a month. I think partly making this super casual, simple mobile game is just so I can prove to myself that I can finish a project. You know? Oh, it's my. That's not the. I know last stream I was joking about that being a bomb, but no, that's just my niece's watch that has an alarm for some reason. There you go. It's okay, guys. We're living. Okay. Make your code more readable and easier to develop? Not really. If you're jumping around a lot. Like, I used to be super into clean code and Uncle Bob's books and structuring my code in that way, and then you just start realizing that actually there's a cost of like having to jump around a bunch, and the more you can keep things kind of local to where it's relevant, the easier life is, and it's not that big of a deal. I think Carmack and Jonathan Blow has like a blog on his site about an email listing from Carmack about that idea of structuring a function breakdowns and all that. I kind of agree with it. I kind of don't, but I find myself erring on preferring locality versus single responsibility. Get UI input. Yeah, we're going to be separating this out, though. The only thing I do want to separate out is the input handling from this, because I have plans for that in the future. Also, let's structure this out a little bit differently. What's going on here? He's just like me for real, for real. There's just API going. Also on the topic of clean code. Any games you got in the App Store? The old company I had, there's one game on there, but this is a new company and I'm gonna make something on it. Hopefully this will be the first game I make in the App Store, and then the next one will be Dot Dungeon. That one I'm like a lot more excited for. There's so many ideas, man. So many ideas. Also, I'm gonna rename this because this is always confusing. It's not configuration, it's just the vehicle and vehicle. And it's not a serialized property, so don't have to worry about it. Yeah, it's private. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So. Where are we now, Horatio? Where are we now? Right. The time dilation stuff. Not as necessary, but I mean it's going to be necessary because we have some chips we want to add to the game that allow you to change time, but that's going to affect everything, so it actually makes things very simple, which is pretty cool. I want to have an on-screen post effect thing, but we'll deal with that later. I'm sorry, what happened right there? What just happened? What happened to my stuff? Okay, there we go. I'm sorry, you're saying that's not an editor command? Do I have caps lock on by accident? There we go. That's where things go wrong in Vim, is you have caps lock without realizing it. Cool. I was going crazy. I was like, what did I do wrong, Vim? You've been good to me. What else is there? There's the pickup thing. I do want to do that. We already kind of have a bunch of stuff going on for the the UI, but I'd rather have a design and a wireframe for this before committing to anything and making sure that this is very mobile friendly. So I'll wait to do pencil and paper for that and make it diegetic, or kind of diegetic at some level. Maybe even do like a 3D one. I like 3D UIs, not flat abstract 2D ones. Environment, we did that. We should probably fix a chunk manager because it's not working the way I want it to. Is that another? It's the same. I just turned you off. Okay, whatever. Yeah, we should probably go to a chunk manager. Or maybe implement the pickups. Now that we have this kind of working. Level generators. Okay, so we're structuring this in this weird way of having like multiple passes. Since this path gen algo is like a serial operation that's not going to be parallelized, instead of having a separate pass that is going to be a little time consuming to iterate through. I mean, it's not that egregious if I'm going to be honest with you, but still, it's time. Maybe I can integrate this into here. I kind of like the idea of having separate stages, of having like one static void function, place coins, let's say, whose main responsibility is just one thing. Because it's very easy to understand, okay, this is how we're processing. We're piping data in this way, but I think if there's a way to avoid having to do redundant iteration across data, I think that's actually preferable. So maybe in here, after we do our final state for this, we can have a hook in for determining, like it can still be a private static thing that's like inlined, but have something here. Yeah, place object. Actually, we already had the idea for this. We had like an idea for placing object. So at the very least, we have access to the current line and the previous lines, so we can reasonably do something with this. Private static void place object. And then like this is just gonna do just coin right now, but we can add additional obstacles to this. And we can provide not only the index in the buffer, but also int x, int y. And then it can do its enumeration here. So we can do like a math random range, I don't know, 0 to 100. Why not? And have like a cascade of probabilities from here. So like for example, we're gonna do coins. We have to have some kind of prop place for the probabilities for this stuff. In fact, I think I mentioned even having like some data we pass like a table of probabilities for different elements. But for right now, we can just hard code it, and then if there's a need to actually do something more extensive, we can do that. So if value is like greater than, or like less than, let's say there's a 10% chance for coins in this level. Then we do the coin placement stuff. So we just do the marking for that index, and you know, I mean, you might have like a separate thing for, like it might be like we just say, hey, here's it. We determine, like we have an enum for the different types of entities. We determine what entity we're going to be placing down, and then once we just make that determination, then we go into a separate thing to handle that. What's going on here though? Let me catch up in chat real quick. to go to sleep. Do you upload lives and need to go through your channel later? Yeah, I definitely do. Not today vids. It's all the VODs are on the channel. You can see the creation of this game from day one all the way to now. I got a lot of graveyard projects. It happens, man. It happens. How to escape film challenge. I'm gonna sub. Can't wait. Watch right now. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Godspeed, Machina. Good night. You have a good one, Zero. Yeah, take care, man. Appreciate it. You have a good one, Gondai. Yeah, I'm doing good. Thanks for checking or asking, Vanta Black. It's good to see you again, Vanta Black. Oh, I don't have any more water. That's actually tragic. That's actually tragic. Okay, so what do I want to do here? Well, we need to have this another thing. We have to have a ref to the index array, don't we? Yeah, entity to the buffer array, or the entity array. So we have model, and then model index, and then it's going to be what, entity. So based off of this, if it's hazard, we can do like a switch statement. No, it's only two probabilities right now, which is empty space or hazard. So if E equals hazard, we early return because there's nothing we can actually place there. Oh wait, 1 second. E, we have the entire entity there. No, what we want to know is, wait a second. Are we using is alive or the fact that it's hazard to? I think it should be both free. Okay. Yeah, we're good. E entity. Okay. Oh, I was very verbose. It was E entity type equals hazard. So if it's a hazard, we return, because there's nothing we can place there. Otherwise, if it's free space, then we can place a coin. Now the way we're doing it is going to be kind of random though. That's the issue, right? Because like if it's like a coin of, it's not going to feel like a line that's beckoning the player to move in a certain way. In fact, it's just going to be a random set of things, which feels less intentional. Let's do it this way first, and then we'll try implementing it so it can be like a line. So we can have like, we can cache like the last placed coin, and then apply an offset base off of that onto this. I don't know, actually. No, it's a C sharp. The random function, is it really random? No, it's not. Most random functions aren't. You have to seed it to have some variability. There's some random functions that are more sophisticated that take other things into account, like CPU temp and whatnot. I don't think random range is doing any of that business, but for the purpose of a game, it's actually perfectly fine as long as we seed it to something different, like the current clock tick on your system or something. Okay, so we do this initial challenge, and then we're gonna try to keep things flat. So if things are above 10%, we're gonna early return as well. We're gonna make this a guard statement. So that we don't have to have nested if statements, which are gross and disgusting. So if the space we're in is free, and we won the lottery, and it's like, 10% less than the random value is less than 10%, or is within 10, then we can be like, hey, let's create the thing. We're gonna mark it the way it's supposed to be marked, which is gonna be index model index equals new entity, and then we have a way of handling this stuff. We have a free space. Oh, so we do mark it as free and as a live file. Okay, so that makes life even easier. We have one for type. That's just a constructor, though. It's not gonna be that much easier to just omit this. Like, we're still gonna be doing a lot, but we have a thing for coin. And it's just going to return this, essentially. Yeah, coin pickup. And then we go back to the level generators. And in this function, instead of doing this, we're going to do entity dot coin and x and y. That should be good enough. And then in here, we're going to place object, and then index is going to be, because this is going through a slice as well. So like, it's not enough. Well, this is being called through every single slice iteration. So actually, no, that's fine, because we're going to be testing this across every single slice. So this actually works perfectly fine in reality. Oh, it's actually a place object. This is really just a place coin function. Let's not kid ourselves. And then we have what? Final index, and then x and y. I'm sorry. Oh, and the buffer as well. With ref. Of course, how can we neglect that? And then we need to actually implement the pickup functionality. We actually don't have anything for the pickup at all, so we're gonna have to deal with that representation, having it be part of the object culling stuff. I mean, it should be simple, but now it's a thing we gotta do, which is something that's part of the game board manager, where a lot of this stuff is defined. And again, might be some cleanup required here, but whatever. Let me see where we do the actual creation, though. It happens within a model update, I believe. Yeah, here. So in update model, are we back? I'm not seeing the kilobits per second go back up. So I can't tell if we're here or not. Okay, I think we're live again. I think we're back. That kind of sucked. Hello? Is anyone there again? Alright, I'm going to take this as an opportunity to get some water and see if internet stabilizes within that time frame. And then we go to here and be like, yo, technical difficulties, man. See if that works. It shows we're streaming, but YouTube Live is not showing that at all. I'm hearing notifications again. That's good. We back. I think we're back. I think we're back. 1 second. Love tech stream having technical problems. That feels just appropriate, you know? I'm not seeing anything in chat, so I'm not also sure if this is if we're back for real or this is just me being gaslit by YouTube. So I'm gonna just put this up here for right now. I'm gonna put this back right here. I'm gonna get some water and then hey Zero. What's up, Chris Manuel? Okay, we're back for real. We actually are back. Yeah, we're back. Okay, my bad, guys. Sorry, I think I had to refresh my chat. All right, 1 second. Let me get some water though, because this is a great opportunity to hydrate, and then we're gonna get back to work. 1 second. Alright, we're back with water in tow. The tech problems have resolved themselves. I have been brought back from being ostracized by my ISP. It makes me really consider getting that backup system, but I don't think this is as big of a problem as it would be worth to do that. And I just like this monitor, Chris. It's pretty cool. I grew up with CRTs as a kid, and I don't know, it's something kind of cool, like going back to the ye olden days, but I don't know, I just think it's rad. I just think it's neat. Anyways, just want to ping you to tell you you're back. Thank you, Zero. I think I actually heard the ping, and then that's what kind of prompted me to refresh. If you made a shape and he has XY, are the point the XY really exists is in the middle of the shape, or in all points of the shape have same XY, or every point on the shape has different XY referring? I'm trying to understand. If you made a shape and XY really exists is in the middle of the shape, or in... I may need to have a different... I'm not sure what part is providing like a definition, or what part is the hypothetical. So let's see here. Let's see here. Where do we want to go with this? Calc range Y. Okay, we went to the entity creation mod. Yeah, create entity method. That's what I was looking at. And then this is where we have the coin pickup. Right now it throws an argument out of range exception, which is kind of wrong. But instead, what we're going to do is now is actually do this request object from pool of type. I think I have this general pickup. I think I have a pickup class. That's just a very general thing. I'm gonna move this down to be and honestly I almost feel like making this like a static try get function or something like that. What do we want to do? Just name it explicitly, I guess. I mean, this doesn't matter. The poolable object should. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. We're gonna do. What is the entity type? There we go. And then I'm assuming the two strings gonna work perfectly fine there. And then we also have to initialize it like, hey, you are now a pickup. So you should behave like one. This is returning a pickup class, right? Like if I go to this class here, it inherits from poolable object, yes. We have a pickup type. Oh, there's an init function, okay. That's fine. And then what do you need to init with? Some kind of coin pickup in this case. Which honestly, if we're gonna have it diverge based off of that, we can do entity type. And then give it the value that it requires, which is like maybe a value of 10 or something. Or maybe just 1. And then that should do the all the initializations are required for this. And then, oh, there's another thing we need to fix, which is like the look direction for environment. Fix orientation of hazards under specific range. Nope. Under specific ranges. That's another thing we need to do. Let me catch up real quick, guys. Actually, this time, yeah, for real, Zero. You have a good night, man. Thanks for coming back to life to help out with the stream issue. No GTA 6, sadly. Old way of coding. Yeah, I mean, this is not even that old of a way of coding. The real fun old way of coding is how we were doing it for the task management project, where we just use C and Vim and that's it. And GDB for helpful debugging. And that's like the fun ye olden time code, and I enjoyed that a lot, actually. I'm gonna be real with you. Part of me wanting to go to like rework my engine to C is because I get to be like, you know, we're just gonna use GDB and just Vim, and life is gonna be fine and acceptable. But alas, libraries, right? Alas, CMake. It's only scripture. Is this a bot? No, rad on element. I'm a person. So are programmers leveraging AI, or are they going back to the olden days? I don't know. Wait, it's kind of both. Like I've seen. Like I think programmers in general are adding AI using AI at some level or element, usually in a support role and not an active role. But at the same time, there's like a movement because software has gotten so abstracted, and it's just caused like things to just get crappier and crappier, and there's like a desire, at least from certain programmers, to like actually learn how to write fast and performant code and make use of the system that people are using, so that, you know, we don't use unnecessary compute time and unnecessary memory to do mundane stuff that used to take us far less. So there's an element of that is going on too, but my perspective is very narrow, because I don't really go on social media to engage with other people in this profession, and I guess aside from this stream, but that's a very different thing. And then my work experience is very finite, as in like, it just my experience at this company, and that's it. I mean, I've worked previously in other places, but I don't think I was really a programmer. I wouldn't consider myself a proper programmer there then. Okay, so this should handle this. I'm still thinking about a better way of like simplifying this. I'm ready to move this somewhere else. I don't know. I don't think moving it's gonna be the saving that I want it to be, if I'm gonna be real with you. If I am gonna be real with you, I don't think it's gonna be the saving that I expected it to be. Okay. Request object from pool, pickups, pick up. Pick up. Yeah. Oh, this all checks out. So now it's a matter of making sure this actually works, which is going to be the fun part. Oh, there's another thing, which is like the uber stretch goal, which is going to be rewriting the object collision detection to use model, or to use entity buffer. Because we have everything as entries within this large buffer, so we could very well just use the player's index into that buffer as a query for collision to mark if, like, hey, we need to knock the player back, or you know, hey, like, instead of having all these colliders and all these objects, which is nice, it's not a performance, it's not a concern, but it might be easier just to have, like, hey, just query this, and then we'll do differing changes based off of that. So the player's almost acting like a paintbrush. And we need to modify the buffer as well. That's a thing, like, we're gonna have to modify the buffer, because when you collect a coin, like, we shouldn't populate it with that. It should be marked as dead, which is another thing to consider. Yeah, there's a few things that need to happen as well. Did your father work at Blizzard? Nah. No, my father's a truck driver. The lifeblood of modern society. Yeah. There's something I think about, because it's like, it's something I think about a lot too. It's like, alright, like, okay, sure, I'm compensated in one way, right? But like, if you're an external observer, what is the net utility of the work that's being done by different people in society, right? And like, I think what I do does, specifically at least, but I see, like, I have this, so when I did woodworking, like, it was cool because I could physically see the product of my labors in my hand at the end of the day. It's a real thing that exists, irrespective of whatever may happen, you know, apocalypses be put aside or excluded. And then, like,
transporting goods is a very important thing, or else, like, without any transportation of goods, society can very quickly fall apart, right? So, but software is a weird thing where it's like, hey, if you're doing it well, no one's going to know anything you've done in your life. And not only that, but it's very hard to show, unless you're doing something that's very flat, like visually easy to demonstrate, like games, and even then, not a majority of the work you do in video games are going to be easily apparent to someone, right? So it's like, it's just a weird thing. It's like, all right, it's not obvious utility of programming. It's very weird. Or at least it's not easy to see like the work that's done. In a weird way, it made me want to like potentially even switch trades at some point, because I was like, I don't know. I like this craft, and I want to get better and better at it, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. Okay. But yeah, it's interesting, right? Because it's very easy to be like to see utility of other things. Okay, so what are we doing? Pickups. We have create. What? Okay, first of all, let's go to the init function, shall we? No, from the very beginning. Oh, we have a creation function. This is what creates the game objects. This is what inits them. Pickup.init. Yeah. If you go into the FNF function of the application, and we look at where we build these object pools, yeah, we're using the pickups creation function, so that does indeed check out. Cool. And then when we create, we do this init thing. Or do we actually do that? No, we kind of. I removed some stuff for testing purposes, but the game object is actually constructed here, and we return that, and it gets added to the pool. So ultimately, where is init called? You're called somewhere. You're called here. Pick up init. Okay, perfect. That's exactly how I want things to work. We go through this table. And this is where things get weird, because you have to have varying ways of setting up the object based off of the type. So like for coins, we want to set like, I don't know, use coin sprite. And they have to handle like, okay, who is gonna be responsible for listening for events? I'd rather have the player be listening for events, because it's easy for them to index instead of model and like behave once they enter a square and then do the differing behavior based off of that. Collision, though, using the colliders, like we could be more precise about it. Whereas like there's cases, maybe not very often, but like you probably would collect something by touching the corner of it that shouldn't be. I don't know. There's a lot to it. There's some different trade-offs there. What's going on here? I'm using Rider and all the Retro OS hardware. I got like, yeah, the commands there on the help command should get you covered most of the stuff I have. How old am I? Just getting closer to 30. Every single day I march a little bit closer to 30, and then eventually I'll be marching past 30 to 40s. Be a good time. So, these are decisions I'm gonna have to make. I kind of don't want the pickup to be responsible for too much, because we have multiple creation functions, don't we? This one's taking the input type, and then it's gonna do divergent things here on creation. I don't want to do that. I would rather allow this to just handle visuals. Like this would be better as like a this is actually like what the init stuff is gonna do if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe I'm just gonna axe this. Yeah, because it calls init as well, so it's gonna be this weird. Yeah, I don't want to do that. And then we have this on pickup function, which is used by whom and where. Oh, because we're using the eye collider thing. Yeah, that's a thing, isn't it? Yeah, I'm leaning more and more to just having the player query for this stuff and then initialize changes. The only thing is that we have to also... There's the issue of propagating this. But then we can cache like its int. So we can cache like the entity. We're caching entity type. But you know what? What if we just store the entity information for this? And then we set that there. We're gonna use entity type on init. I'm gonna say entity equals little baby entity. And we're gonna use this to derive. Ooh, we need to change all of this now as well because it's not good enough to only have. You have to have all this here. And then this is gonna be type. Because then we can like have the player broadcast whatever space they're on currently. And if we do that, then this can just listen for updates for what squares the player is currently on, and then just do the thing based off of that, and life would be cool. I use Rider daily, but this setup is so different from mine. But yeah, Rider's incredible. It's great. Yeah, I use it I use C-Line as well. JetBrains products are pretty good. To Visual Studio Code, it's a very big difference. I mean, you can call with Visual Studio, you can slap plugins together and get similar functionality, but the Rider has a lot more integration into Unity and just other tools in general and debugging stuff. It's very nice. Very easy to get started and working with. I keep my setup very minimal and very simple because it's very easy to, like, there's other times where I have to go into a machine that I don't, I've never touched before and have to set it up quickly so I can just start doing some work and get things done on it. So it's very convenient to be able to just slap Rider in there, add one or two plugins, and then I'm able to work as I normally do. Very convenient. So we have this. This should be... Yep, that works for me. And in this case, this needs to create so it's gonna it builds the game object with every possible component it may need uninitialized. That's the keyword, uninitialized. In fact, I should highlight this, right? Did I forget how to do that? Let me shift U. There we go. So it's a responsibility of the init function to actually initialize the values to what it needs to be in whatever configuration. I think it's gonna be very, very simple though, because I think it's gonna boil down ultimately to a quad. Really, it's gonna boil down to our mesh renderer, and we're gonna be updating the renderer. We're gonna be updating things from there.
private. I think that's like literally everything there is. Yeah, and then if we're really committing to this, we're gonna have to do significant changes here. I think I just want to make this code cleaner. I think I might like break stuff out of the player, and then I mean it's not that crazy. Yeah, it's like empty interface stuff there. So we can do something like, I do want to get this relative pointer. I want to get this like input handling stuff out though. That is for sure something I do want to do. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a we're gonna go crazy tonight. We're gonna just do refactors like crazy. We're just gonna be gnarly today. And if I'm gonna be gnarly, let's just first see, make sure this game is in a working state before I start doing stuff on master, right? Let me go back to the level generators and then get rid of place coin real quick, and then make sure it works on the current build, commit it to master, and then I'm gonna make changes. I almost feel like I should make a branch instead of just raw committing to master. That might be a responsible, sane thing to do as a person. Maybe we start doing this. Maybe I start actually applying best practices like conventional commits. And the game seems to be working. How's the audio? Let's turn back the music on. Music. May I hear your beautiful, splendid voice once more? Bring joy to these ears of mine. No. We're gonna pause. We're gonna collapse. Okay. UI is just too small for me to actually. We're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to get rid of hierarchy. Hierarchy's optional now. Here we go. Yes. Okay, so it's working. She's working. Hierarchy, welcome back. You're gonna go back here. Oh, let me turn audio back off first. Sorry if I jump scared anyone with that. Okay, cool. So let's just save. Yep. I don't know. Okay, let's not say more changes. Pausing is a thing now. Time dilation and coin gen is implemented. Oh yeah. And cylinder emissive support. All right, you're gonna push that now. Beautiful. I'm not my laptop Lamoa. There you go. Hey, what's going on, Isopods? Good day, bro. I was late. It's okay, Isopods. There's no late. There's simply arriving when you mean to. I'm a Manjaro KDE Wayland. Unity randomly crashes if I resize window panels in my Vulkan, but on OpenGL it shows red cyan glitches, no crashes. That's not fun. That does not sound fun. I'm glad Unity is not as jank, but I've had some weird behaviors on here before. If a disease ever wipes out the coders, oh yeah, it's kind of weird because like even I mentioned earlier where it's not very easy to understand the work programmers do, but at the same time I think about it, I'm like, hey, the same way no one's gonna know about any of the effort that went into making the functionality in this application they're using that I did, I also don't recognize the work that went into like different clients that I use or different applications or even like Linux and stuff like that, right? It's kind of wild how much we just don't. Is because even as a programmer, it's like, hey, like you can estimate kind of roughly how much work it would be if you were to implement it, but it's different. And there's things you just don't know, right? It goes back to that whole domains of knowledge. You have the things you know. You have the things you don't know. You don't know. You have the things you know. You don't know. Then you have the things you know. You know. And the even cooler one is like the things you don't know that you know. Which is kind of like intuition. Okay, but we did this. Let me also go into the subrepo while I'm at it. To my dev kit. Added. I don't know. More math, object pool, and shader utilities. Did I just change this to Origin? I got rid of GitHub. So I'm assuming Origin So yeah, it goes to Codeberg. I'm sorry, am I not on master? I'm on FNF. Just kidding. We don't push to. We push to this. Okay, everything's committed. Cool. Let's go back up. Okay, here's fine. So we're back on master. Submodule. Okay, and then we're gonna make the new branch. Oh yeah, the Discord has all the updates that happen there. Git checkout -b. Refactor time, baby. Yeah, that's a professional name to use for this completely professional application I'm writing. Yep, git push u origin. No, not origin, Berg. Yep, I heard. There it is. There it is. Not only do I have this crazy, what is going on? Cozy mentioned Linux. Not only do we have this crazy unprofessional name, or completely professional name, but now all of the Discord and China knows that we have this refactor time o'clock. It's beautiful. This is how things are meant to be, okay? And now we can go crazy molding this code. Because who cares about a time limit, right? Who cares about trying to get things done in time? We are going to write things right and correct and in a way that makes me feel happy. So, you know, that's just what we're doing. So we're going to go to assets. Where is this gonna go? We have gameplay. I guess that counts as gameplay. Like, I think that works. Make dir. Like, what are we gonna do? I guess input. It's such a vague term. Like, my naming here is so bad. I don't know. Like, we have levels, but then we have, like... levels actually... Mesh asset, notes, player, scenes... Shop. Like, maybe it's not as egregious as I thought it would be, but... Yeah, we're just gonna do gameplay. Whatever. And then we'll make a... I don't know. Have a thing for, well, I'm gonna just call it a player controller. That's what I'm gonna do, aren't I? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Player controller.cs. Yep. That sounds right to me. Yeah, we'll just start there. Okay, I would sure like to control somebody watch keeping track of time. I don't know. Okay, let's just declutter a little bit. We're gonna close everything. Close all tabs. Beautiful. And now we're gonna look for, well, player is a place, is a object of our affection right now. And we're gonna look for the player controller.cs, which is a new class. Extend from model behavior. Get rid of this over here. And then we're gonna start the process of massaging code over there. And I think the agreement we're gonna have is that for right now, for simplicity purposes, we'll have a simple function that is going to, I don't know what we're gonna do actually. We can have the player class request certain data, or this guy could just shove data into the player class and then have it be cached for whenever the player update is called. I don't know. I think I prefer the player just being able to query data as they want and or need on update, and this guy just has that data ready for them. That just seems so right and perfect in my little brain. So we're just gonna do that. I'm gonna go to update here. We're gonna yoink basically all of this logic. Yeah, all that logic gone. And instead you're going into that's where you go. Now you have some additional friendly nice functions like this last input type, relative input. Yeah, that we're gonna need. Pointer position, we're gonna need that as well. These are all nice, helpful functions to have. You're mad because I'm not including stuff. So I'm gonna include you. You're mad because there's also some other things like UI that needs to be done, so we're just gonna bring that over as well. So you're not as mad at me. There's these functions as well. Though one of them I believe is not even implemented, so we can just kind of ignore it. This is getting the input, so we need to get that from the application class. That's easy, we can do that. What about you? Is there anything else that you're requiring from us? Radius machine, physics update, update sprite. So far everything seems pretty hunky-dory to me. Anything else relevant to this? Health, start. No, I think we're just peachy, which means that I think the last missing things are going to be maybe some variables that I don't have set, and yeah, that's kind of everything I could think of. And then finally adding access APIs for the player to be able to get the things they need to get. We already have an update. What I need is a start function, or rather an awake function. And the simple thing we're going to do is have I'm going to break my naming convention for a second. We're going to do this thing where we use the incorrect name so that everything hooks up to that, and then I can refactor it to be the name I actually want it to have, which is going to be lowercase I, and then bam. Don't have to update everything. And then now, all I have to do is that, and we're good. Look at that. Some things are better. Input means that's a thing that's required, isn't it? So we're gonna just yoink that and bring it over here. What else do you need from the player? We have the knob and knob base. Okay, that is simple. I can procure that for you. Cool. And then what else are you requiring from me, brother? Debug text. Interesting. What is this debug text? Oh, I know what this debug text is. It is something I was using. No. Get out of here. Yeah, this is what you're using. Which may not even be necessary for too long. And now the only error in player is this missing API to get the final input, and the only error here is no error actually, because we've brought all the dependencies over. So the final thing that's going to be required is going to be some way for the player to get, I don't know, we can either expose this or make it a function. I'm feeling kind of like having, let's see here, input means, raw inputs. Now, these are all asset stuff, so that can be grouped together. This is the last input type, starting, game input. This is actually, okay, so this is the thing. No, that's not the thing. This is just the new input system handle. So we're gonna have to give some kind of property or something that the player can access to get things that they want. So this is essentially what we need. So we need to just cache that and have that be outputted. Not vector 2, not vector 3, vector 2. And it's going to be publicly accessible but privately set. And then last thing to be aware about is execution order for these scripts, to make sure that this isn't like a frame behind. In the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't be that noticeable, but it would bother me, so we have to make sure that this gets executed first. So this is not going to be driving the player, but whatever. We can deal with that later. Now the final thing is that the player has to get some kind of input. Maybe one day I'd like to make this be multiplayer online, in which case we have to have a way of the player controller being the player having multiple different types of controller supports, which means we'd make like some kind of interface, but we're not doing that right now. So we're just going to do a simple require component of this explicit type of controller. Oh yeah, I forgot. Type of And then finally, I misspelled it. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I misspelled it. Oh well. On start. Is it just controller? Yeah, it is. Okay, and then we can finally go here and I can correct my wrongs, and life is good. And then cool, and then finally the last thing required here is going to be I believe that's the last thing that's required, and then I think we're good, if I'm gonna be real with you. Alright, what's going on here? Oh my goodness, Lucas, did you just put the whole canoe thing in on the horizontal chat? I didn't realize. What's going on here, guys? He's Neo from the Matrix looking for his Trinity. I mean, I'm definitely not Neo, but I'm definitely looking for a Trinity, man. Yeah, it's just Vim Motions on Ryder or something. Yeah, maybe one day I'll do a room tour. I don't know. I just like keeping my privacy a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. But maybe I'll do a tour of like the setup. Is this cross-platform? If so, how many sockets and storage handled to be persistent? What? Well, right now it's in the single platform. It's just for Android. Like everything's gonna be local to its own thing. Maybe eventually I'll make it be a thing where we have multiple platforms communicating with each other for some kind of online networking. But I don't know. I kind of. It's a weird. I'm not sure how feasible it is, right? But I think it'll be cool to make a game. Like you remember the PSP and how you can have ad hoc multiplayer where you have to like have a PSP next to another PSP and you can play online like a game together, but you have to be physically close to each other. I kind of want to explore doing something like that, but I think the reality is that most people are not next to others. I don't know, but that'd be kind of cool though. It might be a fun thing to kind of encourage that, where it's like, hey, this game has multiplayer, but only local, and you have to like do it through like Bluetooth or something. I think that'd be cool. Oh, CRT guy, hey there. Hope you have a good day. Thanks for getting on my feed again. Hey, dude, I appreciate it. Definitely will, man. I'm glad to be on your feed. Are you red pill or blue pilled? I'm no pilled. I'm CRT pilled. That's all I am. That's all I can be. That draw in the gamer community. Yeah, like I think it'll be cool to have a game that like, isn't it crazy how couch co-op games have just kind of died? Like before, it was very normal to have couch co-op, and now it's just kind of a dead concept. Maybe not a dead concept, but just not as frequent. It's cool that the Switch kind of brought that back to the forefront in some degrees. I think it'd be kind of cool to have a game that incentivizes, hey, get a buddy, get the game, play together. And it's cool because you don't need a server to run it. Like, it's just something that exists between you guys. Like, it sucks that a game can live or die based off of, like, the server. First of all, the way they architected their networking, right? And also their client.
So it'd be cool to have this thing that just exists by itself, and yet you're still able to enjoy this multi-user fun experience without the need to talk to this server in Ohio. You know? I think there's something cool about that. Okay, let's see if this... I mean, we have to fix things and rewire references, but that's less problematic. That's not that problematic. We can do that. It just means that now this player class requires a friend attached to him, which is going to be the player controller, which we're going to turn it back to normal. There we go. And you're gonna need access to certain stuff from the canvas UI, such as the base and the knob. There we go. You're in charge of that now. You're gonna use relative joystick because that seems to be the best one, honestly. I'm not gonna even test the on-screen buttons, but we're probably have to implement it because someone's gonna want that at some point, but whatever. I think this is cool as is. Cool. And now we press play. Things should just work. First John 5:13. These things I have written unto you that believe on the name of the Son of God, that ye may know that ye have eternal life, and that ye may believe on the name of the Son of God. Confess with thy mouth the Lord Jesus, and shalt believe in thy heart that God hath raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved. For with the heart man believeth unto righteousness, and with the mouth confesseth made into salvation. Amen, brother. Amen. Jesus saves, dog. I can get with that. I'm about that. Let's see here, though. Okay, game's broken, though. Very sad. Null reference. Very sad. Let's see what's going on here. Boss battle? I don't think I'm gonna do a boss battle in this game. Oh, you're talking about your game in Unity. That player. That's pretty sick. That's a sick idea, dude. It's a sick idea. Building. I'm making. Well, I want to show it, but I've kind of broken it a little bit, so we're gonna have to deal with that first. There's like an NRE happening here, which is odd. On Awake, which is very weird, because that means this Awake is being called before this Awake, which is even weirder. But I bet if I made this start, oh, that's gonna be weird though, because then this player, is it call on start? Yeah, okay, maybe this actually is fine. Maybe this is actually fine. We'll find out. Is knob null? Is that what's happening? No, because it was throwing an error at the input. But let me check to make sure my assets are actually set. Yep, that is life, breaking and fixing. Any tips for a struggling game programmer and undergraduate? Not really sure what I can say as far as... Oh, you know what? Maybe you're right. Knob is null. The null NRE is happening there now. Or maybe it's been happening and I just looked at the wrong line. Let's make sure that that's correct. And nope, it's none. Yep. GG's. Okay. Hopefully it's just that.
Box and white. No, that was a texture I was looking at. I wonder if you're still here at Black's Blah. I'm not too shy about my yeah, it's working. Yes. Okay, beautiful. Yes, I'm making a game. Let me show you real quick. Play maximized. I'll turn the music too. Hopefully it's not. Alright, warning, it's gonna get a little loud, okay? Okay, cool. Our separation of logic worked fine. And things are not broken, which makes me very happy. I need to figure out what these spikes are gonna be instead of what they are to make it more clear they're hazards. But yeah, game's working, dude. God, I love this song, dude. I'm so happy. I'm so proud with making it. I need to make some more music too, for like different environments and scenes, but I kind of want to re-record some of the guitar parts because it's a little jank, but whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so we have, that's a good. I'm going to be committing a bit more frequently because I know the stuff I'm about to do is going to break things. So I want to be able to go back to an old commit and be like, I know for a fact the things I have here worked at this point in time. Get Pushberg. Oh, I'm gonna have to type that name every single time, aren't I? Oh, but I just, okay, that's easy. Refactor time, baby. You're so lost how you jump around like that. You just Vim motions and I3 to tab around at programs. It's very helpful. It's very nice. Very easy for like moving things around too. Are you pushing to GitHub? No, I'm pushing to Codeberg. So I use Codeberg instead of GitHub. I'm trying to be a person who puts their money where their mouth is. So I don't like Microsoft. I don't like what they do. I don't like what they do with GitHub as well, and I don't trust it either. So I switched to Codeberg. It's not in the U.S. It's not. It's a non-for-profit organization. It's easy to become a member and have voting rights on it, even though I just kind of just vote. I just donate to it instead of paying for GitHub. It's nice. It's the same way with Kagi. How I'm like talking about using Kagi because it's like, all right, I hate how Google search is terrible and how other search sites are also just adding a lot of tracking. Kagi's a nice service. It's actually good Google, not get the features you want and exclude the ones you don't want, and there's no tracking. It's just great, dude. It's just what I want. So it's like, yeah, we could have better things. Let's just put our money where our mouth is. I see Git. Yeah, I'm using Git. But I'm not pushing to GitHub. I'm pushing to Codeberg. That's the cool thing about Git. You can change what your where your target or origin is. What's up, Iron Man? GitHub. All my homies hate GitHub. Yeah, that's exactly it, Lucas. Exactly. We're on that train. Codeberg is free, and you can like host stuff on there. It's actually pretty sick. I think, and then I think I'm putting like some stuff there. I think I want to do some more things on there, like have public repos
I mean, I have some public repos, like the task management ASCII world thing is on it. Let me see if I can go to my... Yeah. This is Codeberg. Oh, let's go to... Let's see which ones are actually public and private. Yeah, you see the public and private ones. Public and private repos with just for free on Codeberg. That's crazy. What's going on, Unknown? Yeah, we can make a new internet, Super Sailor. We can make a new internet. We just gotta put our money where our mouth is. Okay. So we got that working. Now we're gonna do the crazier thing, the slightly crazier thing, which is gonna be saying, hey, I want to trigger collisions based off of your current position. So we have okay. So we have the input calculation. We get input, and then we eventually chug it into the machine of like, hey, this is the machine chugs that input and actually applies like a vector that we want to use, the angular and positional or translational velocity. That's cool. We need to have a new function here. Which is essentially going to exist to collision check, and it's going to calculate our index. Well, it's gonna, so we first have to get like our we have to get our buffer. We have to convert our position to buffer space. And then we have to do index calculation from that, which I think are... Who has that? I think the level generator has the utility function for converting index into... Yeah, it has a toIndex thing. We're just going to make it be a general thing, a publicly accessible function. Level generators toIndex, and we're going to be passing our buffer x, buffer y. And why are you mad? Is this not what you expected? Oh, it's because you're uninitialized, that's why. But we have to calculate this. One is very easy to calculate, which is going to be just simply our x position, local x, or just transform position x divided by whatever the cell length is. So game board manager cell length meters, yeah. And then we have to do like, can't just use normal int casting to do the thing we want to do, because int casting's around in a different way than you'd expect it to. We want to round to the nearest, so round to int, and oh, this cast is no longer necessary. And again, this is probably something that's common that I should just make into a static utility, but whatever. As for buffer y, this is going to be... Well, that's where the math utility function is, right? That get angle from position, and we pass in transform dot position, which is cool, but that's not where the story ends. That returns a float in degrees that we need to then divide by 360
and that's going to produce a normalized value. And then from there, we're going to be multiplying it by game board manager and then board width. And of course, we're going to do mathf round to int. And everyone on the plane is going to clap. In fact, actually, I should just do this. Make sure this is considered a float. So this can produce a normalized value based off angle, then make it wrap to not board width, but actually board height. That's what I need, actually. Cool. And I think we should all be happy with this. Make this a float. No, that's redundant. Okay, cool. Okay, so that produces the correct stuff. I should really make a utility function just to do all this, because I imagine this is going to be popping up more and more later. But we'll deal with that when we deal with that. We have our index from these buffer x, buffer y, and then we can sample the game board, which means we have to expose this to the player at some level as well. So that's a thing. Cool. That's a consideration that I did not think about, but I'm gonna have to deal with. The easiest thing to do is simply have the player have a public reference to it. Game board manager. Yep. And then expose that and make the model be publicly accessible. I don't know how I feel about that. It's great if it's a read-only operation. It's terrible if it's a... I think we can have queries. We can have like functions to query at an index. In fact, we can move this logic directly in here if we want to. Because we have this... what do we got going on here? We have model right here. So we have to have like... We can have an interface for querying it. Yeah, this is gonna be the class that we need to break up and clear up at some point, but we will deal with that later. We will deal with that later. For right now, we're just gonna say, hey, get int index, and then model index return. Life is good. Maybe I'm gonna be nicer and actually have like some kind of get where you pass an x and the y, but that's just saving an extra step. Really, you'd want to be like get and provide like the player, and then it produces the entity that the player is currently on. But I think it's just simple to keep it like this for now. It's fine. It is fine. And then within this collision function, collision check index we're gonna do game board get index. We're gonna get an entity from this. Now the question is, how do we handle it? So many questions here, man. What's going on here? Remember, it's a keyword. What's a keyword? What's going on here, guys? It's C#. Yeah, I'm using Idea Vim right now. Cristiro Taru. Yeah, C Sharp, C Sharp. Yeah, are you? And worse if you actually are good at coding and learn. Yeah, AI is much more reliable. AI is great in the backseat, and even then, it's like you have to be careful. Yeah. And in general, this is my stance on AI, guys. Just so we're on the same page. Where do you learn your C# with Unity? Docs, or docs, working on projects, Googling, also just being next to other people who know Unity. It's great because then you learn a bunch of neat tricks about it. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of it's weird. Learning coding is weird, dude, especially in the professional context, because there's like things you learn to operate at a professional context, and then there's things you have to kind of unlearn to like write things that are fast and release faster. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just, and there's things where you get overcomplicated. You introduce manufactured. No, manufacture's not the right word. Unnecessary complexity for the sake of like clean code and solid principles, and then I mean it's a whole separate thing. Okay, we have E. So either the player handles this instance right here, right now, or we broadcast a precision. In fact, I like this broadcasting idea because then other parts of the application can respond to that. So what we can do, okay, let's just do like that's what we're gonna do. We're going to make a message. We're going to do M underscore. What's my naming syntax for this? I forgot. I think it's in the shop, right? I started defining some of this. Oh, it's a lowercase m. Okay. Player move. Okay, and then it's going to indicate int index. Not private, public. Int x. And public entity type. No, not entity type. We're just gonna pass an entity wholesale. Cool. And then I'm just gonna broadcast this out. Why do we need to broadcast? Okay, yeah, it can be anything in the application. I like the idea of anything being able to listen into it. Let's see if I remember. I keep forgetting how to do this struct initialization stuff. X equals X, Y equals buffer, and then entity equals E. And this is published out to the application, and then every party can listen for this and do what needs to be done correctly. And then we can have the player directly respond to events where, like, if
For example, if the player just entered, or I guess we can do like a switch statement, though I don't think there's gonna be that many interactions. So the particular interaction we're looking for is hazard, because if the player touches that, then we need a player to, like, you know, pretend like they got damage. So we're gonna be doing some stuff. This is part of why things are gonna break, because I'm gonna get rid of the colliders from all these objects, because now we're not doing collision in like a normal way. We're doing collisions based off of this index thing, which is, I'm assuming, faster, because I think that might be a simpler check, as opposed to having these colliders and then doing, I mean, they're all circles, so like the physics check is not that crazy. It's just the things that would accumulate with the IT collider. Maybe I'm just being premature with this Optimus. With this, maybe it's just gonna be not as beneficial as I would have expected it to be, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, I can see that bomb shot. It's like, echo chamber doesn't have access to your whole computer, so it's limited to... Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff for agentic stuff, too. What's up, Philip? God bless you. God bless you as well, man. God is good, my friend. Yeah, Jesus has been good to me, man. Hi, D. Lexi Avila. Is expensive. Mesh collider, yes. But I'm not using a mesh collider for any of this stuff. We're using a sphere collider. And a sphere collider is actually easier to evaluate collisions with, because it's just a positional check. It's like a distance check between like X or point A and point B. Like, it's probably the fastest collision check to look for. Which is why I'm kind of weighing out if I really want to do this collision based off of the game board versus a collision check based off of just colliders in Unity. I don't know. I might just try it out, man. Yeah, Poi VC. Yep. Amen, brother. No, Jesus is God, Racco. I'm not gonna debate this here, but this is my beliefs. That's my conviction. It's like the AI conversation. It's like, this is just, my streams are like a read access to me. It's not a read write thing. Yeah, I don't know. This is like a case where we have to do like, this is the case where we have to do this thing where we go, okay, either we prematurely optimized and this is actually gonna be terrible, or this is good, but there's no data to validate this decision. So we're operating blindly, and I don't like that. I think it might be, I wonder if there's a way to tap into Unity. I wonder if there's a way to, like, I mean, Unity does have the profiler, right? So if I pull up the profiler and actually, is it down here? No, it's not the actions. So if I pull up the profiler, there should be like a category for where are you? Okay, Windows, General.
where are we at with this? Analysis. There's a thing like analysis right here. Okay, then you can go to profiler. So what do we have? Yeah, you have physics here, right? So if we go this route, I could eliminate all needs for rigid bodies and colliders entirely. Because now we're just using this board to dictate these moves. The thing is, though, that we're not doing an RPG where we can just go based off tiles like in RuneScape or something. This is like a physicsy type of game. So, like, I want it to be if there's free-flying projectiles that you have to, like, you know, you're rewarded for having fine motor control over your vehicle. So maybe this is actually not worth doing, or maybe we do it only for the objects with high frequency, like the hazards, but things like are more bespoke, like coins or whatnot, that require finer control and there's not that much of an instance of them. You use a collider instead. That might be the way we do things, because then, like, we don't have to do this whole broadcasting thing. We can still keep the collisions here, but then, like, we can have the hazards be the thing that indicates this. That might be the way, man. That might be the way. Alright, let's see what's going on here, guys. This design choice should be based on what type of game you're making and how important the collisions are to the game. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Bio. Like, I think this is me kind of wanting to just, because I have this nice discrete data structure that's containing everything, right? But the real thing is that what's the game supposed to be rewarding, and what is supposed to be the thing that's like the highly most important thing, right? So based off of that, I would rather keep the collision. And then, like, if there is a performance bottleneck, I can revisit the idea of using this buffer data. Yeah, I can revisit the idea of using this buffer data, at least for the high frequency objects. It pains me to delete this. I think I'm gonna move some of this logic into a utility function, because I know for a fact this is probably gonna come up somewhere else. So it's worth checking with that. But yeah, we'll allow collisions. The way it's gonna work is that the model is gonna be the source, and then everything's gonna be a pipeline from there. So you have like the model that generates the default state, which creates the actual entities, which then we're going to rely on colliders to dictate interactions as opposed to using the model. So the model is purely just for generation purposes. The entities themselves and the colliders are going to be what dictates the actual behavior. Okay, which means that I'm going to make like maybe I'll make a utility class for a lot of this stuff. Maybe that's what I'm gonna do, man. Like in gameplay, we have this board chunk manager. Maybe I'll just make a thing like buffer utilities. Because everything here is fundamentally coming down to just ways of accessing, writing, or indexing into the buffers, or to this singular buffer. So we'll just go do that, man. Buffer utilities. Here we go. It'll be like a static class. Public static like, yeah, get index, and it's gonna have like a thing for X and Y. So what's the stuff the player's doing here? You have this. And then this will be taking in a transform world position. Local position. Okay. Get angle from... Okay, 1 second. I've done something critically wrong here. No, actually, I don't think I've done anything critically wrong. This is just how it is. I'm good. And then this is not returning a... Okay, we have to do a few things here. It's gonna be... I think we have to do, like... This is gonna ultimately return index. Like, this is what it returns. But we'll go from there. What's going on here, guys? Let me catch up real quick. My bad, I kinda got thinking through this. So what's going on here? Hey Terrell, what's going on, man? It's good to see you here, dude. Crazy Coder. What's going on, Daredevil? Big G of Bible has 30 different versions. If you go to the original, okay, I don't want to turn this into debate, but you'll find that if you look through the many early manuscripts, that there's there's like no semantic difference, but rather just minor grammatical stuff or word stuff. And then like some verses, but as far as like the general message and everything, it's very consistent. Copy of Fubgun, who plays Path of Exile. A friend tried to get me to play Path of Exile a long time ago, and I never got to do it. I'm really bad with playing games because it's weird. I want to play games, and I enjoy playing them. On the other hand, I find coding and working on games way more... It's weird. It feels more rewarding to work on this because it's like there's a goal. Like, I know games have goals, but this feels like a real, like, tangible goal, if that makes sense. Like, there's something, I don't know, there's something about overcoming this that feels way more, I don't know, maybe there's also been a shift with me these past couple years, because like I've gone through this thing where I stopped consuming a lot of media I used to consume, because it's like they're great, but they're like rewarding certain things. And by rewarding it, it makes me want to less engage with that thing in real life, right? But by getting rid of that, it's like, no, this is now there's a real thing, that's a real desire that's there. And to achieve it, you have to actually do things. Like, I'm describing stuff in a very vague way, but I think it's kind of like that, like dopamine reward for, like, premature dopamine reward, maybe, or like or a reward without gratification without the actual work. I don't know. That's something personal I've been going through. Is it true that mobile games are more difficult to make than console games? It's very, I mean, so here's the question, right? Because, like, what do you mean by making? Because technically, you can make the same simple game and have it shipped to both console and mobile, right? But I don't think that's what you mean. I think you're talking about making, like, if we're talking about average game, then yeah, console is much more work. But the question is, like, what does that breakdown of work look like?
Because, like, there's different factors, right? There's, like, console, and there's mobile, right? And we're talking about developing for these different platforms in isolation, meaning I'm just going to target this console, or I'm going to target this mobile. That's usually not the case, or that's not always the case. There's other times we're doing a hybrid, you're targeting both, and that's just like a fun special pie of just pain. So here's some pros and cons, right? Console games, you're usually expecting to like have there's a higher expectation for console versus mobile. Mobile game, you're dealing with like casual gamers, right? So like a minus to that is like, okay, expected quality. And what does expected quality mean, right? That can mean things like more assets, higher asset fidelity, you know, not only just assets but polish and then more complex systems too, depending on what you're doing. Whereas with mobile, the expectation isn't quite like that. Lower expectations, right? Which means it could be a bit cheaper potentially on like, not always, because there's literally a lot of games that are, especially the top tier, that are doing that. But it's more feasible to have a game that pops off on mobile that's not that crazy in terms of that fidelity. And usually assets is a big cost center for games in general. So there's that one part. However, when it comes to console, you're targeting one specific hardware. Meaning you can make more assumptions. You know, you have a specific budget that you can work around, right? So you can build a tech budget and understand where your limitations are, where your bottlenecks are, and design around that. With mobile hardware, there's a general kind of understanding of system requirements, but there's also just a large gamut of devices that you need to test with, right? Just in terms of hardware, just in terms of Android and Samsung, right? Which means your surface area you have to cover are bigger, which means there's some more variability, not only in terms of just, you know, the memory and performance, but also in terms of like screen size, right? Form factor. All of a sudden, all your UI has to take into account that the phone might be in different configurations, right? That's a whole different thing you have to take into account. Excuse me. So, I mean, that's the stuff that comes generally to mind when it comes to the big differences between console and mobile. I'm sure there's probably way more out there, but that's the general gist from me. Oh man, I really recently realized I enjoy making systems more than I like making the game. I feel that, David. I'm not gonna lie, man. Part of me wanting to go to the engine route is because I really enjoy designing and implementing the systems, and design decisions are cool. It's cool to explore designs for, like, you know, the end user and user flow, and like, you know, making a design document, like that's not fun in and of itself, right? But imagining the scenarios and designing the stuff, the experience that the players is going to be going through, that's cool too. But I find myself for the first time, or maybe not first time, but I guess I've always been like this. I'm much more drawn to the implementations of the systems that produce this behavior. It's pretty wacky, but it's true. X from vector 3 position. You want this, put it here. In fact, I could just make this return and life would be good.
Okay. One second. Cool. These are... Okay, we have to change the naming of it, that's why. So X and Y, that's what we got going on. We have get index, and we can dog food this. And we can just pass like a X world position. Get rid of this. Y world position, and then return index from that, and that's like just easy peasy lemon squeezy. And then in fact you can go to level generator and get rid of this index function and just move it into this, because this is really where I'd expect this to be, not in there. It's a general purpose thing. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. I'm using Unity right now, the NitroPython, but I have another one I'm working on personally. Why are you using a big head screen? What do you mean a big head screen? Like these guys? It's fun. The PC Master Race? Yeah, PC Master Race. There's some things we lost though, like couch co-op. Claude Code? Nah. I'm glad you dig the vibe. So it feels the same as a console, just as a monitor. Yeah. Yep. I have that thing where like I've done it before, where you just plug my Steam Deck onto the big screen TV, and then like you can connect a controller to it. It's pretty fun. Oh, that's the IBM. I so want to run. You do it. It's pretty cheap. You can find it pretty cheap, man. I still play Nintendo 64 and GameCube co-op games with peeps. Still couching. Let's go, dude. That's sick, man. That's how he's supposed to be, man. That's how it's supposed to be. And then in the level generators, we're gonna go here and we're gonna do something. There's places where things are mad, and that's because we have to use math utilities, not to index. No, buffer utilities, my bad. Cool. Okay. Change this to be buffer utilities. Sweet. And you know, I'm thinking I kind of want to get, there's a retro shop by my place, and they have these bundles for a bunch of different retro consoles for like $100, $114. Like that's all of them, right? They have a Wii, they have an N64, they have Xbox original, they have a Sega, I think, a Sega Genesis. And did I mention Wii? I think I did. Wii, N64. Anyways, I'm debating which one I should get, or if I should get one at all. Because there's so many games on my PS2 that I need to finish, I just never get to. But it's like, brother, I want to do some work at some point, but I'm neglecting all these games. What's going on, Meadow? Fail, I have not thought about modding games, to be honest, just because I'd rather make games. But it seems cool. I've thought about modding Minecraft to do something cool with the Discord, but haven't done it yet. One day we'll do it. Oh yeah, one last thing too. For all these functions from the buffer utilities, I want them to be inlined. So, method implement aggressively. Aggressive inlining. These are relatively simple operations that just benefit from that.
And then as for the collision check, we're just gonna get rid of you. We're not gonna do this fancy business. We're just gonna rely on good old-fashioned collision, which means that the way we set up the pickups are gonna be actually important now. So we're gonna have to deal with this. We're gonna have to deal with this. I remember what you're doing, BWEPs. It's like your code base is your house, man. When you clean up your room, you know where everything is. You don't have to. It's very easy. If somebody else cleans up your room, that's a different situation. Then you don't know where anything is, and that's just bad. But for me, this is like I cleaned up my room and put it the way I want it to be, and I just know where everything is. And it makes life easy. Also, we're gonna do this. We're not gonna do. Is there a point in doing the player? I don't think we're gonna do this player move message bus thing anymore either. That's not gonna be required anymore because we're gonna allow colliders to make the decisions on this. So we're just gonna do this. Can't see your hands? What do you mean? Oh, is it frozen on stream? Is it frozen on hand? No, it's not. It's moving. It's moving. It's just a little down there. I can move it up though if you want. Get that hand cam. Right, great analogy. I'm glad that helps that out. Sorry, touching his mouse. We don't do that here. Does not become a. Well, that's part of it, man. That's part of it for me, dude. That's part of it for me, dude. Like it's like I mentioned earlier, like not consuming certain media. Like, dude, I stopped like watching a lot of anime. Like honestly, I kind of just stopped watching anime entirely this past year, which is kind of crazy for me because I grew up watching anime and I just all my adolescence to adulthood I've been doing it, but I'm just like, nah, I'm out, dude. And then like certain games too, because it's like, I don't know. I think a lot of me is just kind of avoiding dopamine that's just unrewarded. I'm not saying anime in general. I'm not judging anyone. Like this is a me thing. This is a self-applied me thing, but yeah, that's just kind of where I'm at with it. Oh, don't say that, Red. You don't want to say that. And not is paused. Just the plural, or not the plural, the past tense. I don't know, because I just didn't do it in the moment. I can change that though, because that would bother me had I actually read it correctly. Cool, that is correct now. Thank you. So, what do we do from here? We made a decision to not prematurely optimize. I think that was the right decision. I think we're good with this. But now I need to figure out how we're going to handle pickup. It's constructed. That's cool. Now we have this initialize function, which is going to get all the components that are required for it, if it hasn't been set already. And it's going to do the changes that are required. We have the pickups component. We have the collider added. We set to a trigger. We set the trigger collider events. We added trigger collider events. Cool. That's nice. And then lastly, we need to get a mesh renderer, which means that what I'm going to do is change this to be a sphere, because I want this to be a sphere collider. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna make this empty, dude. I'm just gonna make it empty game object. Like, I'm just gonna make it do what I want, how I want it, when I want it.
mesh. We're gonna add this component collider. We're gonna add another thing here, like, I don't know, mesh filter or whatever. Add component mesh render. Yeah. Honestly, like, do I even want to do? I could just load from a resources and not construct this programmatically, because I'm realizing there's some things that I don't know how to access programmatically, like the default stuff from Unity, like quad, for example. Or maybe we don't. Maybe we bring this back. Hold on. I think we can avoid this. Pick up collider. Yeah. It's no longer add get component collider. It's gonna be add. Get component collider. We're gonna remove it. How did I do everything here? How was things here before? We get collider, so it comes with a collider. It's just going to be the wrong collider because it's going to be assuming it's going to be a mesh collider. See, it's going to be redundant if I build it this way. Either way I go, it's not going to be great. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to grab all this and just say, yeah, we're going to do resources.load game object, and then pickup. That's all there is to it. Pickup. A simple pickup. And we're going to instantiate it as well. So it's not just loading. We have to go game object .instantiate. In which case, we don't even have to do this. Like, we didn't have to do all of this. I could have just used the prefab resource bundle thing, and then that would have been fine. I mean, it was still necessary for the hazard, so this is still fine. This is still acceptable. I think this is still acceptable. We'll see. What's going on here? A typewriter, yeah. What's going on here? Also, I think I am the only one who hates animals in my school. Why do you hate animals, bro, dog? Unless they fight you. Oh, animes. Yeah. I mean, I don't hate anime. I think anime as a medium is a potential vehicle. It's a vehicle for a lot of great things. Like, a lot of cool things can be done with it. It's just that, I don't watch it anymore. I'm not a fan of animals, but that's stealing my food. Okay, that's acceptable, Super Sailor. What will be slow? Learning MVC, C# stuff, and getting into Python and Pythonic code, but must be kicking in. Nah, I don't take Adderall. I'm really sensitive. I don't even take caffeine, dude. I take coffee maybe once. Actually, I had to take it last week because I started having some low blood pressure stuff, and that actually genuinely helped. Usually I can't though, because it makes my heart very, like, even like a normal amount for people is like it makes my heart do weird stuff. So I live my life very straight edge. Oh, man. Cherry's carrying and kids at school don't know much yet, right? That's why they're at school. Yeah, just be open and, yeah. Why is this not built by now, Cozy? I'm sorry, Vineyard. I'm sorry. I tried my hardest. I'm trying my darndest. I have to make decisions about this. Yeah, we're just gonna screw this creation method. We're just gonna do I though, or can I save it? Can we avoid this? I'm thinking. Once, I think there's no way to rationalize this. I think it's better just to have it this way. Unironically, I think this is the way to go. I think there's no better way than doing it this way, which means I don't even need this creation function to begin with, because then we're just gonna be loading it from the resource name anyways. So instead of using this overload I've constructed for myself, we're instead just gonna give it the resource name, which I'm probably gonna call it pickups, and life is gonna be fine. I'm you know, it's okay. I'm not gonna be dumped over this or anything. The school is not gonna have an assembly to talk about this incident of switching from resources to, or from creation to resources. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Do I feel a little bit less adequate? Maybe. But it's simply the breaks. Them's simply the breaks. It makes more sense to do the resources.load and then cache it. What's going on here? I'm part Native American, and I have low tolerance for things other people have high tolerance for, and higher tolerance for things other people give low tolerance for. That's interesting. I'm kind of curious about the things you have high tolerance for, if you don't mind me asking. I mean, you know, I am not a doctor. This is a not a HIPAA compliant environment we're in right now. I'm just a little curious though, because I don't really have. Like, I'm just low tolerance for quite a few things, and can't think of anything in my life where I'm high tolerance for something that people normally aren't. Game buffer utilities. Yeah, I was gonna make a new folder. That's what I was gonna do. Create folder. Resources. Fantastic. New prefab. Create prefab. Prefab. And we can go through the fun Unity thing of just adding component. Yay, component time, guys. My favorite. It's my favorite time. Component o'clock, guys. It's my favorite. I love drag and dropping components. I wake up every morning going, gee whiz, I can't wait to drag and drop components. The default value does not matter. It does not, but it will place one. And then finally, mesh renderer. You need to have no. Actually, I should probably put a default material there, but we also need a mesh filter if you haven't been added already. Yep. And then we're gonna pass in Cloud, my favorite, and we'll deal with the material later. I may have like a set of material slots here for each type of thing, and then go from there. I think that might be fine. Okay. I think that's pretty much all. Yeah. Is that it? I mean, it's not rendering anything because there's nothing to render, so I can't really validate the quad part. But I'm just gonna assume that if I were to drag and drop something like that in there, we should be good. And then Gosh, I mean, if we're at this already, I could just do the face camera script and that just solves everything. Face camera. Like, it's quite literally all there is to it. Yes. Okay. Well, I think we're good on that front. Let's see here, we guys got. Genetics are a very neat subject. They are pretty cool, Cornelius. Also good to see you, man. Embark is hiring a Go backend engineer, data scientist, data engineer positions, a company that made Arc Raiders in the finals. Oh, that's pretty sick. I love the finals. I never played Arc Raiders, though. I never learned Go, though. Has to do with toxins and such. My dad needs higher doses of meds that are based on tox. Oh, that is interesting. That's actually cool to know. The weird clothing. Yeah, Arcs looks... Or, not Arc. The finals is kind of goofy. I just uninstalled the game tonight. It's just so poorly balanced and frustrating to play. Really? I enjoyed it a decent amount on my... I remember playing on stream. I did a stream where I played it on this. I was playing the finals on this. So it was actually pretty decent. But yeah, I competitive games, yeah, are super tough to balance for sure. They're tough to balance, and then it's just always volatile emotions. At least for me, I had to quit fighting games because I was like, I think I mentioned on stream before, but I went to this tournament called Combo Breaker with my friend, and it was my first tournament in a while. I used to be like super into tournaments for Smash and whatnot, so I went there for Tekken and for Smash, and I went 0-2. I just on both brackets, and it was like I went to lunch. We went to lunch together afterwards, and I was like, this is a crossroads in my life because I never want to feel this feeling ever again. I don't know why it struck me so hard because I've gone to super majors before and I've gone to other stuff like that, but it's just something about this just like hit me different, and I was like, either I'm never going to feel this because I'm going to practice so hard and make this my identity that I never go 0-2 in bracket ever again, or I never feel this emotion again because I quit and I make game deving my main thing. And that's going to be my lane that I go into. We never go back there again. And it's been like 3 years or 2 years. I don't know. Time's flying. It's flown. And yeah. I hung up my $90 paddle. my fight pad. Never again. Not even Smash. I can't. I'm not gonna bring myself to that. I'm not gonna do that to myself. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. The pride won't let me. So that's where we're here today, programming on a CRT. Inadvertently. Oh, brother. Oh, so we don't need those prints anymore. And what about the pools? Dodge pools. Yeah, pickups, yep. That's correct, though. Any compile errors from this at all? I'm losing my head on porting an Arduboy to RP Pico, and then I see devs like you smashing, and I feel like I'm gonna... Hey dude, everything you said in Ninad is like foreign and magical to me, okay? So the same way you feel that about me, I'm feeling that about everything you just said, dog. It's a big ocean here, man. We all just gotta get familiar and be content with the pond we're occupying. So we have... What do we have here? So I've done the stuff. Now we have to actually start implementing the visual differences per object. So coin pickups, health pickups, what have you. I think we're gonna have just a standard material instance for these guys. And then as for these, brake pickup and part pickup, they're going to be dependent on the type of object that's assigned to them. But right now, we're trying to focus on these two. So I think I may just put a slot within this. Where are they? Because I can do the thing where we have arrays. No, I'm not going to do array to index into it. I'm not going to use the enum to index into array. We're just going to do it the simple right way. Or coin material. Just coin. No. Mat. Health material. Oh man. Okay, cool. We have those, and then at some point we have this init function, which is no longer called, mind you, but we have to have like an initial init and then like the init from when it's assigned. In fact, it's going to be like, yeah, there's overloads. Let's just make this more specific. So we're going to have we have this actual init function. It's private. If we do all the things required here, then we're good to go. There's probably more than that's required than that, because we're gonna have to do. We also need to get the mesh render, which, oh, I guess there's no field for that, is there? I'm sorry. You are styled like a public field. You're not, or not public, a private field. You're not declared here, so you have to exist somewhere. I'm not crazy, and I'm also not crazy because renderer does exist. So I just gotta choose a better name. Cool, renderer, collider, nice. So these get assigned, we mark it as true, and then we can do a thing where if it's already been initted, we just don't. We don't double dip the sauce. And then finally, this function's name is gonna be like a sign, I think. We're gonna call init. You're mad over here, so we're gonna fix you, and you're mad at this line. Yeah, here, because no longer your sign now. That's your function name. Cool, we fixed that. We can go back here. We have entity and float value, sweet. And yeah, dude. This is very nice. I think this should just do the things we want, and then we have our differing behaviors based off of what type of entity this is. So we have like mesh, okay, no, render dot material. It's gonna equal this material, coin mat. Okay, you're a little angry. Why is that? Lowercase, that's why. And then you're gonna assign health mat, and then you guys are gonna have to just do something completely different. I'm not sure what that's gonna be. For right now, we're just gonna do null, so at least nothing is rendered. Or error material of some kind. I should have like a standard Cozy Cabin Games error material to slap on stuff when things are not behaving the way they should be. Anyways, anywho. Okay. So this seems to be all correct. And then we have this collider that's listening for pickup. So on coin pickup, we publish this. And then what?
We don't destroy the game object. We don't do that. We instead return to pool. That's what we do. So we don't destroy this. We recycle it. I wonder if... Huh. No, the hazards don't do that. Okay, we're going to go to the level gen. No, not level assets. Level generator. We're going to go back to this line where we commented out code. Place it back in. Just see how it works. And then go from there. There's also the audio effects thing as well. I may just do a resources load on it, but I think maybe since this is such a general thing, we can just do public audio clip and then coin pickup, because we already have that anyways, so we can just test that out. And down here, when we pick up the coin, we're also going to play with our new audio system, SFX play, and then we're going to do coin pickup, because this is on something to get picked up, and we don't, like, it's not going to loop, it's not, there's no specific volume we want for it, so that's fine. I'm going to modify this function name, so it's just play, because play SFX is kind of redundant. We know what we're playing, audio play, SFX play, yeah, like it's very clear cut what it's doing, so I'm just going to keep it simple. And now we can go back to here, and maybe we gotta do some art or something, make some coin icons or something. I don't know, something to test with. Or I can lift some from the game, the old game. I have the files over there somewhere. I have like an animation that's actually pretty decent. I don't know. Let me see what's going on here though. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. Yeah, I'm making a game, Buford. Yeah, I do be a little busy, Cornelius. But yes, the typing is ASMR. No, you can't say what game he's building. Am I right? No, I gotta show you the game. I'm still need to make a name for it, but it's a remake of an old game I made called Fight and Flight. Why is your channel not monetized? I just kind of I don't know. Maybe one day I'll do it. It's just that I don't like the idea of getting paid for like, I like getting paid for the exchange of goods and or service, and maybe you can count this as a service of some type, but I don't really think of it as a service in my mind. In my mind, this is just a hobby. I think if people want to support me in the things I'm doing, they can do so eventually once I have games out that they can purchase for, you know, for money. And that will be it. I need to get the game out first, but I prefer just having an exchange of goods and services and having streams still feel kind of like a hobby. If money gets tied to this, then it's going to have some kind of psychological hold on me that I don't feel comfortable with, if that makes any sense. So, yeah, game streams for the time being are not going to be monetized. I don't care how big this grows. We can be like millions, and I'd rather not do that, nor do product placements. Like, I'd rather just say, hey, here's a product. You guys, if you want to support me, pay the buck $1.50 for it, or $1.50 so your friend can have it or something. You know what? Let me go to AnyDesk and connect to my laptop, and then try. Do I really? Guys, I don't really want to do some art right now. I like art, but I just don't want to do it right now. So I'm gonna just connect to my old laptop real quick, and just do some work. And accept. Let me see if I can find
Oh, maybe I did it in GameMaker, and that means things are not in a normal audio format or file format, which would suck. So I have the game files here. Let's see if I have my items. Oh, I have the coin GIF. It's 32 by 32. Cool. I think I'm just gonna yoink it then. This is easier than I would have thought. So we're gonna transfer some files, and life is gonna be good. Where are you at? Yeah, CoinGIF. We're gonna open to Cozy. Now we're gonna go to projects, Fight and Flight, assets, gameplay, and then I'm gonna just toss the coin.gif into there. Can I I would like to transfer it. Cool. There it is. We're back. Good luck. See you guys. You have a going, Dragon. Thanks for hanging out, man. Okay, I won't use Google Images as a matter. I don't want to know anymore. What's going on? That makes no sense to me. I need money. Well, I mean, I guess that's where I'm in a position of, I guess, like, you know, I'm in a position of, I don't know. I'm in a lucky position, let's say, or a blessed position, where my job can just cover the things I need to do while I do this for a fun hobby. Maybe I'm being prideful by wanting that separation, but I mean, that's where it is for me, right? That's where it is for me. I wasn't always like this. If it was like younger me in my early 20s, I would have totally just jumped to monetizing this straight up. But I don't know, man. Things have changed. I'm a different man. Different priorities. Different things of different value. So we still have to open this up in Sprite. It's not a sprite sheet, but it's not that much work to turn it into a sprite sheet, and that's the big thing. I don't think this is stylized the way I want it to. So I'm going to show you the coin asset we have here from the original game. Simple old 4 sprite animation. Nothing too complex. Something simple. Oh, my bad. There we go. That's what I wanted, the sprite sheet. And then I can do file. Or I'm going to save it as, it's going to be t_coin.png. Cool. And then I can make this a sprite sheet and life is going to be good. The font, I actually don't know. This is actually not my default. I usually like using Proggy, but I've been just too lazy to actually change this. As my primary job, I'm a software developer for my primary job. No, it's artistic integrity. I'm not even sure if I would call it that. So, the reason I say that, right, is because I don't view what I'm creating as art in like the, I guess there's you can say like lowercase art in terms of, oh, the art of woodworking, the art of motorcycle repair, the art of coding, right? So it's art in that sense, and there's other forms of art like the actual visual 2D assets you're seeing and everything like that. But everything I'm producing is really falls into a category of kitsch art, and that's everything. Like that's majority of what we consume as people is kitsch art.
But there's a great talk for anyone who's actually interested in exploring games as art. There's a really good talk by a guy named Brian Moriarty. Am I remembering his name correctly? And it's called In Defense of Robert Ebert, I think, something like that. Or no, apology. An apology to Robert Ebert. Yeah, there we go. This one right here. It was from GDC apparently as well. The Game Developers Conference. I highly recommend it. I think it's very interesting. And I think it's worth a watch for anyone who's actually very creatively inclined and is in the pursuit of creating art. I've come to the conclusion that I am not doing that, which is fine. Maybe one day I'd like to achieve that and do that. But I recognize what I'm doing, which is much more wrestling with the nuts and bolts of things. New stream? Yeah, you're still here, Maximus. You have a good one, Nina. Thanks for hanging out, though. It's a trade and should be respected. Yeah, and I don't think there should be a diminished respect, right? Just because something is kitsch art doesn't make it any more or less technically impressive and technically and it doesn't require any less amount of time and effort and sacrifices. It's no dig at it, right? So that's like an important qualification to make. It's fine for things to not be art, capital A art. It's fine, and maybe we don't even want it to be that. That's a thought, right? Yeah, very, very, very interesting talk. I really enjoyed it. So we have this, we play SFX Sound. We have this new coin sprite sheet that needs to be processed in a way that makes perfect sense so that we can have it play the animations in the fashion that I so desire. And yeah. Craft versus art is the distinction. It can be both. No, I'm not saying they're mutually exclusive either, whips, but it's not just that either. There's a lot to unpack about it. And also, not to mention that I don't think I'm the most equipped to talk about it or to unpack it, just because I haven't actually parsed things out that much mentally. I explained bits and pieces of it, but there's kind of a lot to digest from it. And there's also some things you don't necessarily fully agree with, but I think it's a perspective that is rarely explored and a perspective that you're rarely exposed to, and one that's very highly beneficial for each creator to kind of wrestle with. And even if you come to disagree with it entirely, I think you will have a better defense and a thought process and / rationale and language specifically, like the words and terms you use are going to be far more purposeful having like watched that. That's like the advertisement. that's the most I can really speak about without going into the meats and potatoes of it. Okay, here's my presets. Oh my goodness, I'm already out of water. And I'm a parched man. Okay, we're gonna create... What are we gonna create? We are gonna create a... Here we go. Yeah, that's what we intend to create. I spelled that completely wrong. There we go. I think there's something very valuable about having more precise language as well. So I think a lot of misunderstandings or a lot of arguments kind of emerge, not from people actually believing different things, but just having imprecise use of language. It's something I need to get better with too, because I feel like I can be very loosey-goosey. What am I doing here? No, we're not doing inverse for now. I think we're just doing unlit, and it's gonna be a F and F. Yeah, it's just gonna be a unlit shader. Transparent cutout. Yep. That's all we're doing. Transparent cutout. You're gonna be in there, and then we're gonna make a sprite binder. Create sprite binder, and you're gonna be just coin. Simples. And you're gonna be there, the main texture. You're gonna have a cell count of X of 4, Y count of 1, speed of like, I don't know, let's say 4. You're gonna loop, of course, and we're just gonna toss you into resources. I'm gonna toss you into props actually. We can organize things later, but I don't want to have things unnecessarily in the props folder or in the resources folder, because I believe they just get loaded in a very particular way. Okay, so we're gonna have a couple different extra fields here. Coin mat, it's gonna be coin. And then coin pickup. Yeah, there's coin. What is this? How does it sound like? Okay, that's fine. That's acceptable. Okay. I think that's fine. I guess we just test it out and see if it works or not. I kind of want to make a thing where the entire board is just coins, but that's going to be too much because we don't have any... Okay, let me turn that off. Do coins appear at all? I see hazards. I don't see coins. Statistically, they should be occupying 10% of the screen. I mean, not guaranteed, but you get the idea. I should have seen some by now, and it's getting increasingly more improbable that there would be no coins here. So I find myself wondering, what the flip? Where are my coins? I deserve them. I'm entitled to them. And yet I see none. They're all deactivated. Every single one. So what is a gamer to do with his missing coins? I haven't a clue. I'm pretty sure I commented out the thing, but who knows? Maybe I should make it throw an error or something and have it error pause. I don't know. Let's see here. Let me catch up in chat real quick. I really love Ian Bogo's talks called "Play Anything You Have." Called "Play Anything." Have you seen anything? Have you seen it? No, I have not seen it. But let me add that actually. Ian Bogost, Play Anything. I am gonna give this a watch. Hey, Chicago Humanities.
Let's see here. What would I do to have that set up for modern systems? You can do it, Sir Nicholas. It's not as pricey, not as hard to source as you'd imagine. Looks awesome. What a scenery. Thank you, Bart. I'm glad you dig it. I'm a great writer. I'm just hella sleep deprived right now. My apologies. You're good, dude. You're good, man. We're all a little sleep deprived. I too deserve coins. We all deserve the coins. Darn them. If we strive for it, but to be accurate for no reason is cruel sometimes. One can be right, or one can be kind. The alternative is right versus wrong, cruelty. Yeah, I mean, I'm a proponent that you can have tact. You can be right and have tact. I don't think they necessarily have to be mutually exclusive, I guess. Or it depends on the subject matter, because there's some subject matters that require that kind of... I don't know, actually. I don't know. That's where things become too much context. Too much context is required to make... Too many qualifiers are needed for that statement. To make that statement more robust. What are we gonna do with this? What are we to do? What are we to do? We have this here. We're not seeing it over there. If I go to the game board manager, I would assume that this exists. We have path gen and place coin. It's called every single frame. XY. The only thing that's random is this literal random dot range from 0 to 100. But then if the value is greater than 10, we return early. Otherwise, everything's within the 10% margin. And we do entity, we set model index equals entity dot coin. That just seems pretty reasonable to me. I'm going to be real with you. I really don't see how I am the bad guy here. This game is making me feel like I'm the bad guy, and I'm just not. I'm just not. Like, come on, man. Are you telling me not everyone's committed some kind of war crime? What? Come on. I'm not that bad. Everyone was doing it. Okay, now. Anyways. Yeah, I'm looking through this. We're calling place coin. They're doing a thing here. Entity equals model M equals free space. Place coin, pass ref to model, into here. We placing this final index. And we determine if we're gonna... Oh, is this gonna do it? No, it's a free space though. So we're free to... we're literally free to overwrite it. Like we're only iterating over the free spaces. So like, in all honesty, even like these qualifiers are redundant because they're always gonna be free spaces. I'm assuming. So like, okay, there's less and less reasons why I'm wrong. The only thing that could be a problem here is this coin pickup in the switch case. But I think the model generation is meant to be structured to handle this. So that's also perplexing. Unless, let's go to entities up here. And we have the coin option. XY, yeah. We have the type equals coin pickup. Yes, that's correct.
position equals vector, at vector 2, x, y, yes, that's correct. And is alive is true. So yes, the value we're assigning into that slot is correct as well. So okay, one further ding against this. My. How the flippeth of tables. My. Okay, so we need to have some greater insight into this. How does one go about doing that? I think a visual representation would be helpful to assess where we're at right now. And also, we should probably log to see just if and when any of this stuff is called, to ensure that we're not crazy. I'm perfectly sane. It's the world that's crazy, not me. So, with that being said, let's do that. In fact, let's even do like a debug.log error. I exist, Dad. Of course, Dad being me, my creation calling out, saying, hey, acknowledge me. In which case, I will. Unless it doesn't, in which case, you're dead to me. You're not my son. You're just a bug. Alright. Anyways, I'm going to turn on error pause as well, because I want to catch it before it gets cold. Potentially. Is this pre-recorded? Nah, Jock. I'm just in the zone right now. About civics first before politicians get your young minds. Yeah, I mean, there's so much. I feel like politicians are not. I don't know. We're gonna get into conspiracy time very easily. Do I have error pause on? I do have error pause. We just have yet to error. We're gonna keep going for a little bit. And wow, this is much more well behaved. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say this is too well behaved. Okay, there we go. Things are not behaving like they're supposed to. So the coin is not getting spawned, is what I'm reading here. Because we're not getting a single error log. We need to fix the position, the rotation, orientation as well. Okay. Fun. So, my child remains unacknowledged. You're gonna have to do more than that for my affection, buddy. Re-import. Yeah, it's a real screen. It's a real genuine screen. It does stuff. I can turn it on and off. It's a real deal. It's a real deal. Not. Oh, it's less so about, like, as far as influence is concerned, like social media and, I mean, it's nothing new, but media, not social media, just media in general, has the biggest influence on culture. It's honestly the cradle for this, like, my generation, every generation, honestly, or at least every generation for the past, like, 100 years. And then it's a matter of, okay, if media is the thing that does that, then, like, not just like news media, I just mean just media in general, movies, TV, everything, right? Then it's a matter of, okay, who's, you know, then it becomes all right. And who gets to manipulate that, right? And I don't think it's quite as simple as people want it to be. But then at the same time, maybe, but also not really. I don't know. I'd rather just go back to a flip phone, not doom scroll YouTube, and I'm struggling with that. I have this phone. It's a problem this week. That's the ideal, though, is to get to that point one day. I'm gonna send it at some point. Just get a phone or this flip phone. Just say screw it. Okay, what was I doing? I was trying to trigger a re-import. I believe I already did that. Thank you, Iz. I'm glad you dig the setup. Okay. So, we have this. I'm going to try it one more time. If it doesn't error, then like 100%. It's not that my code didn't compile and we're running on an old version of it. This is exactly what it is, and it's wrong. And we need to figure out why it's wrong. So far, no errors whatsoever. Big sad. Which means this is a logical error, not a regular, simple error. It's an error with how I structured this program. Yep. No exceptions, nothing. When I want my code to throw exceptions, it doesn't. Or to log an error, it simply does not. Isn't that tragic? You get bugs when you don't want it, and then when you want it, you don't get bugs. Very sad. Okay, so we're just gonna go up here. We're gonna find out up to what level this doesn't get called. So, create entity, go here. We have a slot. Are we filtering based off of well, filtering based off it's alive, but that shouldn't affect the coins, because if it's not alive, then it's fine. But if it is alive, then we continue, and coins are considered alive in this game, so... Okay, so that should not filter it. We have this index range we're iterating through, but that should still encompass it. We check to see if it exists in the scene. If it does, we continue. No coins exist in the scene, so that should be fine. And then we create based off the slot, which seems correct. Cool. So, if not that, could this be failing silently? Like, is this trying to get... I wonder if this is failing silently. And we're just permitting it to fail silently. Like, out of curiosity, we do this. We do the if result. Cool. Let's do an assert true. Like, this should always be true, no matter what. If it was false, though, if it was null, this would throw. That would throw. So I'm leaning towards just this not being called at all during our little decision tree. Which means that I should probably inspect the state of the, or maybe like 10% is actually smaller than I realize, and there's just way more opportunities for that not to happen. And that feels less probable, but why not? That means we should also go to... If we're going to bring back the debug texture for... not buffer utilities, but for the model generator, level generators, we should probably have a thing for... If you ever think for is alive, or if it's not alive, we're gonna have a more detailed thing. Or actually, better yet, what we're gonna do. Actually, no, not if statement. We're gonna do a switch statement, and we're gonna do the case of e.type, and then all of these are gonna produce what they're gonna produce. So if it's alive, it's gonna be, or if it's a free space, you're just gonna be white, like a blank canvas. If it is coin, we're gonna make it yellow. If it is a health pickup, we're not gonna do anything. We're just gonna do hazards for right now. It's gonna be red. And that's just how it's gonna be. We're gonna get rid of these, so it's just gonna be caught by this argument out of range exception. And then ultimately we're gonna swap this out to be CUC, the color. And then this is what we're gonna use to generate our texture, our debug texture. And then in Unity, we'll just bring back the enable it so we can see the actual general layout. You have an AI profile? Who has an AI profile? What are you talking about? You have two nested for loops and an if statement. Very hackathon-esque. Not really derives you. Upper nested loops are only really bounded based off of like the actual range you're iterating from. The inner loop is iterating through a fixed range number. So if you're gonna do an O of n analysis, it's gonna be like O of n times that constant value, and then if it's a constant value, it disappears. I mean, in practicality, in the real world, we're not doing that, but it's like a very small amount they're iterating through, so it's not a big deal. Don't you use? No, I don't use AI. And in general, guys, here's my take on AI. Not gonna really debate, just gonna leave that there, and that's how we're gonna live our life. So, what are we gonna do now? 1 second. Okay, so what are we gonna do here? Oh, we're talking about this for loop. So it's fine. It's initialization. It's a one-time cost. The one I was talking about is that for loop for the path gen thing. This one's actually the fixed. Yeah, you get the idea. Now, what are we gonna do though? What do you mean AI art? I don't know. Anyways, so what are we to do? Right, I think we could just test it actually, because I think all the logic for that should be just done, so I can just have the model state representation be just unhidden. Press play, and then we should be able to see some yellow pop up on the map. Let's see here. No, we got null reference. Okay. I didn't set something probably. Game board. Where? Wait, what? So now it's actually entering here. That is cool. This is null though. I don't know why it's null. That's odd actually. It's on what line, the error? 75. This line. So it means our get component was null, but... Okay, something has clearly changed. Yeah, let's just make sure that trigger collider events actually exist here though. Resources. Pickups. Okay. What do you have for me? Oh, I guess you don't. Yeah, you have the transform x-axis constraint, but we never added the trigger collider events. Oh, that's a simple fix. Yeah, that's fine. We can save this. Okay, cool. Let's try it again. Maybe this is gonna work now, man. Okay. Hey, we got the error. I exist, Dad. You're acknowledged, son. And you can see the map. And you can see everything that's okay. You can't see the yellow from the white, but I see yellow there. I believe I see some yellow. Or maybe I'm just going. Maybe I'm hallucinating. Maybe I'm just going crazy because I really want to see gold exist at some point or another, but I'm just not seeing it. I probably should have made the yellow a more. In hindsight, I should have made the yellow a color that's very distinct from white. Because now I can't. I legitimately cannot tell if what is what. Let's. And this is called once. So that's not good. That means it was only called one time during execution. I don't think debug log error stops the code path either, so it's just straight up only called once. So that's not great. Let's try this again. But this time, we're gonna make you be blue instead, so I can see it with my own eyes, and go from there. A playtest of the game. I'm trying to get to it. I mean, you're seeing some of it. You're seeing pretty much the whole game right now, as is. Come on. Don't do this to me. Base debug message. Yep, that's what happens in life. Okay, I'm not seeing any blue. I'm not seeing any blue. So that concerns me mildly. That means my logic is a wee bit wrong at some point or another. But what? Where? When? Why? Come on, let me I just want to zoom in. I just want to see this in the... Come on. Okay, here we go. No, there's blue all over here. You see that? The pickups are supposed to be around all over the place, man. What are you smoking? The 10% is supposed to be everywhere. And it's not everywhere. Which makes me believe... So it's not the model that's wrong. It's something in my update function that's not right. Which is beautiful, great, fantastic even. I should be swimming in a pool of coinage, and I'm not. It makes me even more sad. Do we never activate them? Is that what's just going on? Like, maybe it does exist. We're just not activating them? I don't know. I think so. Maybe it's just something simple as that. Maybe I'm overcomplicating things. Maybe things are actually simpler than I would have expected. Like, what do we do with hazards? We don't do anything. We just say, hey, here's a game object. Do something to it. GG's. Oh, this one actually places it on the board. Does a hazard game object do something for itself? Like, am I missing something? That's for creating. And that's for activating. And that's supposed to be setting the angle correctly. It doesn't, by the way, so I'm not sure what we're going to do there. But we'll deal with that later. But, yeah. That's not fantastic. Yeah, I'm not... I mean, we can be ultra... Wait a second. Hazard, you have what on a sign? You have an activate function, okay. You have base activate, and then you have this extra logic on top of it. Which honestly, for pickup, we don't even need to do this. Okay, we actually do. There's some data that's required from a sign. And activate should be called before this as well. So I'm not even sure what's going on here. But we gotta do like an override. But even then, hazard doesn't do anything. Hazard says, hey dude, what's up, man? And it just lives, it just exists. So either the model's failing, I doubt it, or it's just not activated. That'd be dumb and weird. I don't know why that would be the case, but that could be the case. Who knows? Is there any other logic that might do wrong, bad, evil things here? I don't believe so. Any of you guys set game object off? I don't think so. Only you on pickup collide with other. Let me make sure this isn't returning to pool prematurely. Like that. I mean, that would be dumb, but maybe we're colliding with everything and that's just wrong. Maybe we need to filter it out and that's what's going on here. Let's find out. Game's part of computer science or information. Yeah, of course it is. I mean, I'm not sure if it's part of curriculum, but it's very much based in it. It's a very much beneficial practice to do that. Would not surprise me. Okay. What's going on, Super Sailor? I'm not sure you're saying what's up to me because you've been here all, for the most of the stream, honestly. I mean, it's computer science and information technology are so weird because it's like every university has their own definition of it. Any employer doesn't know the difference between it. And it's very wishy-washy, if I'm going to be real with you. Like, no one really knows. That's just the life. Like, I have a job. I got an IT degree, but I'm doing a job that's a CS degree type job. And I have a coworker who they got a bachelor's in CS and are doing an IT job. So it's like, most companies don't know. It's just tech related, and the fact that it's tech related can open some doors for you. But it's really dependent on your skill set, your projects, what you've been exposed to. That's really just kind of how the cookie crumbles. And I'm not getting anything. Now, what I'm going to say here is that there's something wrong with how we're parsing the model. That's just the issue here. Because of the volume that exists and the fact that none of these are activated, it's leading me to believe that we are the problem. We are the issue. And something we're doing is critically, fundamentally just wrong. And it's nothing to do with the logic of the actual elements, but rather something to do with our game board. And that I feel confused by. Especially since it seems very just cut and dry. I mean, let's check out slots, but iterating by index. The only thing I can see is either slots being is active as false, is alive as false, or somehow is out of range. I'm not sure how we're getting. Maybe because the Y and X positions are just wrong. I don't know. I doubt it, but who knows. Or this. I doubt this, but I don't know. The thing I would have to guess in this scenario is that the X and Y positions are wrong. I don't know how wrong they'd have to be for that to be the case, but that's how it'd have to be. No, but in the model it's looking correct. So like, you see? Okay. Do we? Let's just one last thing before GG's. We have this coin function. We create a new, it takes an X and Y. We create an instance of entity. Define the type, position. If it's alive as true. That is for sure. That's the only three variables or fields that need to be initialized. We assign it to model by ref. And that's correct as well. So this is not here where the error is. We're passing in X and Y. Okay. What are the values you're passing in for X and Y? Oh, look at that. It's the same X and Y we're using here for indexing purposes. So I am just right. I don't know why I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just tired. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, I think I might have to just call it here. Thank you, Super Sailor. Always glad to receive a WhatsApp for you. Alright, guys. Let me do something real quick. I think that's a nice message. Let's compile and run this. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for hanging out today in this stream. I wish I got to stream more this week, but circumstances, work, all that kind of stuff. But either way, I'm happy that I was able to spend time with y'all. Hopefully you guys got to enjoy at least the relaxed, chill atmosphere and vibe, and if not, just me being a little bit angry at my code base. It is what it is, but we got some stuff done, and I'm very happy with that. So anyways, guys, as always, thanks for watching. God bless, and until next time, stay cozy. Bye-bye.